Brilliant. Muted. Let me try that again. Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Chud Watch. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday evening or afternoon or morning, whatever time zone you happen to be in. So, I'm glad you can hear me. Sorry about that. That's my bad. Thank you, and Shansep for following, and Chardanes for following. Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be looking at quite a few interesting things. We have Ben Shapiro claiming that Kamala Harris is a radical leftist, which is hilarious. So we're going to watch that. Maybe we'll watch some more of him talking about the P word. I think that's worthy of taking a look at again. Thank you to Sham Rockstar for 100 bits. I appreciate that. If you like my hair, which is very cute, Baja Blast did it. So thank you, Baja Blast, for the cute do. I needed to switch something. I want my alert box to be over everything else. Give me one sec. Alert box. Alert box. There we go. There we go. Now hopefully that won't hide behind text. Read something about Ben Shapiro admitting he's never pleased his wife but couldn't find the source on what everyone is talking about. They're probably talking about the recent thing where Ben Shapiro was quoting lyrics from some song that came out recently, and one of the lyrics is something like, not gonna use the word from the song. I don't know what the policy on that is on Twitch, but like basically, my downstairs area is so wet, you gotta clean it up with a mop. And Ben Shapiro was like, excuse me, I talked to my doctor wife, and women should not be experiencing that much moisture. Implying, of course, the joke being that Ben Shapiro doesn't please his wife, and she has a very dry vagina. Le Poupon, thanks for continuing your subscription. And Le Poupon says, woo, 2 months just came from the U.S. Army Esports channel, and they are getting roasted. Good. Fuck them. Ben tried to claim if you have a wet ass, he calls it a P word. So that's the nomenclature we'll use. Then you have a problem. Yeah. Why did she marry him? I don't know, probably for the clout and the money. Let me see what else we got. Let me switch to this camera. Whoa, transition. We're gonna watch some John Doyle. He has a video on the recent killing of some kid, happened to be killed by a black guy, and conservatives are freaking out. They're like, why isn't this on the news? It is on the news. But, like, they're trying to equivocate that and, like, police violence and, like, why don't you care about this kid getting killed? As if you can only care about one thing at a time, and as if the two are somehow equivalent. Like, one kid being killed, which is a fucking disaster and awful, versus decades and decades of oppression by the police towards a racial group. So we'll watch him try and equivocate, and that'll probably be pretty frustrating. We have one angry gamer who's mad that Hallmark is going to have a lesbian wedding or something in a movie. Tate Speech, we'll just find something from Tate Speech, because Tate Speech is always entertaining. Sandman claiming that MGTOW is a cheat code to life. Of course, all the gamers here in chat know that, of course, the metaphor you always have to use is gaming, otherwise it doesn't make sense to MGTOW people. Terrence Pop, I don't know. I don't have a specific video in mind, but we'll find something. Ben Shapiro, again, like I said, claiming that Kamala Harris is as radical as they come. Now, hey, I'll give him this. In Congress, Kamala Harris voted with Bernie Sanders over 90% of the time. And that's good. But I still wouldn't call her radical. I don't think there's a single politician on the left in this country that you could classify as a radical leftist. Red Pill God's been putting out just a fuckload of videos. This is the guy I debated a week or so ago. So I just wanted to check in and see how he's doing. He's also changed his thumbnail style, so in every thumbnail it's him with a lady looking at him like, oh yeah, Red Pill God, We're gonna smash, and that's like in all his thumbnails. That and his like Bitmoji character. And then, I don't know, maybe some strong successful male. If you have anything else you want me to take a look at, throw a link in the chat. I'll try and get to it. If not, I'll save it for another day. Imagine it from her point of view. She's married to a fucking man baby with pissant ego that she actually had to tell him, no, Ben, you are handsome and smart and good at the sex. It's everyone else who has the problem, just so you don't bruise his fragile ego, yeah. Very odd, right? Tom G 101001 blah 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 blah. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. I think I figured out why my sub goal thing wasn't going up, by the way. I think it doesn't count resubscriptions. I think it only counts new subscriptions. New subscriptions and like gift subs. So I think that's why. If we get any gift subs during this stream, then I guess we'll find out. But I'm pretty sure that that's the case. And why it was being fucky last time. It's her own fault for marrying and staying with him. True. True. You missed Ben Shapiro. We didn't cover him yet. No, you didn't. It's a cheat code to lose your life. True. Anyway. What do you guys want to do first? We have, like I said... Bumble Homestead. Yep, there we go. See, it did go up by 1, so I was right. Thank you, Bumble Homestead, for gifting a sub. Appreciate that. So we have John Doyle, Hallmark, Complaining from One Angry Gamer, Tate Speech, Sandman, Terrence Pop, Ben Shapiro, Red Pill God, Strong Successful Male. Or anything else. What do you guys want to get to first? 1 vote for Tate. 1 vote for none of it. If none of it wins, I'll just turn the stream off and go play Avengers. Ben. Okay.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Space Executor with 100 bits. Oh, Hype Train. We're doing a Hype Train. Let's get this Hype Train to level 5 so I can wear all the hats. We're already at 69% of level 1. Nice. Doyle's winning. For the record, Doyle's winning. Benny Boy, Tater Doyle, so I can finally die in Minecraft. I was looking into Rave Dubin's channel, and man, for a channel with 1 million subscribers, he only gets between 20 and 40,000 views per video. It's insane. Yeah, it's YouTube's weird with when they decide to put your stuff in people's subscriber feeds. So, I really don't know. They also might be, like, lowering the amount of his videos that get put to his subscribers because, like, he's, you know, Dave Rubin, and of course YouTube probably doesn't like him very much. Because no one does, unless you're, like, a weird conservative person. Cat will savage my hand if I don't shoot it down with a pill injector thing. Oh, she asking questions about doing the medication, yeah. Oh, thank you. Lots of comments about the hair, I appreciate it. 3.5 minutes left in the Hype Train. Oh, holy shit. Dr. Gamble gifting 10 Tier 1 subs. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So it helps keep the channel going. I appreciate it. So let me get some hats ready for the Hype Train. We're going to cover my cute hair. I've been playing the beta for Marvel's Avengers. So let's go with an Avengers hat.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
No hats? Well, what am I gonna do instead of hats, then? You gotta give me something else to do, other than hats, if you're saying no hats.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
All scarves? I don't own that many scarves. I only have 1 in this room. Did I see Miles' Spider-Man suit for the next game? Not quite, no. I didn't see it. I've seen what we saw at, like, Sony's last, like, press conference, but if they did something else, no, I haven't seen it. You own so many scarves. Yeah, I have 1 scarf in here. Yeah, I guess I can put on the cloak that I was given. Where'd it go? Gotta be somewhere around here. Oh, it's over there.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism. There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Dead air. Sorry, I'll be back in a sec.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Here, I'll wear my cloak for now. That'll do it.
There's nothing funny
Wow,
about the
Dr.
tools
Gamble
of
with
capitalism.
10,000 bits. Holy shit. That's amazing. Thank you, Dr. Gamble. I appreciate the support. You're gonna, like, single-handedly get us to the level 5 hype train, almost. God damn. Oh, God. Why can't I type this right? Dr. Gamble being the hype train. The founder of the feast of Chuds.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Sushi Bomb with 50 bits. Bows for Hannah. Random invite, 25 bits. Damn girl, nice cloak. A fan sent this to me, actually. I'm probably going to use it for D&D at some point. Hello. We're going to fix
There's
my
nothing
hair.
funny about the tools of capitalism.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm gonna put up a schedule, by the way. So I'm streaming, like, you'll know. I'll have a schedule up on Twitch. I'm gonna be doing, I think, Chud Watch on Mondays and Fridays. Tuesdays are of course, Tinfoil Tuesdays. Wednesdays are gonna be Wheel Wednesdays. Thursdays are gonna be Throwaway Thursdays, which is, like, basically, literally whatever I want on Thursday.
Down, please. Thanks.
And then Sovereign Citizen Saturday, and then Sunday will either be my day off or occasionally Baja Blast and I are talking about doing Science Sundays, where we're going to talk about certain topics. Of course, with her in the lead, since she knows shit, and I just talk at the camera. Let me put these headphones back in. So I think Doyle won. I'm just waiting for this hype train to end one way or another. We have a minute left, 73% of level 4. I appreciate all the support.
I'm trying to think of other things.
Doyle. Yeah, Doyle's probably going to be the first thing we watch.
Chat, I'm gonna go try and find some other things to put on Hannah.
Doyle's never won anything. He might have won a Subway Employee of the Month award. Maybe they confiscated it after finding out he was taking a gun to work, though. Doyle wins, we all lose. We need more bad fan fiction, still need more Mr. Data and Mario. Yeah, we'll figure some. Dr. Campbell with another 500 bits, holy shit. You're awesome. Thank you so much. That's amazing. You're gift leader now, too. Holy shit. Everything else is taken, yo. Thanks for gifting a sub. God damn. Dr. Gamble, I am assume you are a real doctor based on the amount of cash you have to be like...
There's nothing funny about
Did I hear anything more about the substitute teacher guy? Not yet. I'll look into it more. He hasn't posted a video or anything. Baja, when she sent that email, sent it from, like, an anonymous email, which makes me think it's probably going to wind up in people's spam folders, so I'm going to send it again from, like, my actual email. Stone Corbell with 300 bits. Let's hop on this hype train. And Sham Rockstar with 25 bits. Thank you so much, everyone. Degenerate Feminist, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Steven Neptune Man with 100 bits. Someone tried to come at me going, right-wing protests are never violent, and I was like, because you have security to make sure nothing happens. Thank you, Jeffrey Patron, for hosting me. I appreciate that. There's something about a cloak. Makes you feel fucking mystical.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Never violent, Charlottesville? I know. I would also call... I would argue the Civil War was
That's right.
right-wing protest that got really, really far. You won't let us own slaves? We're gonna separate from the Union and cause the most deaths of Americans in any war in history.
Nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Furia Ferna with the bit, I'm poor, have some crumbs. Thank you so much. And King Jitter02, thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate that.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Also, like, Timothy McVeigh was a right-winger, and that was, like, the single biggest act of domestic terrorism in U.S. history. Like, the Unabomber, I'd argue, because he was conservative in the sense that he didn't like technology or the modern world, like, yeah. And a lot of the sovereign citizen types, they tend to be right-wing. If not Republicans, libertarians, which is still on the right.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Slow Dog 52 with 100 bits, thank you. 48% with 2 minutes left on the level 5. Strange coincidence, after you guys sent the email, like 2 days later, someone I was talking to talked about a local substitute teacher being a pedo. It wasn't in Florida, was it? If so, maybe it's the same person. Doubt it, though. Even before McVeigh, you had groups like the Order in the 1980s. I'm not really familiar with them, so. But I believe ya. Katrina Hood, if the United States ever fights a second civil war over Hawaii's independence from the USA, who's betting that the states that seceded during the first Civil War will not support Hawaii's independence? Yeah, well, the idea of secession is complicated, to say the least. Does a state have the legal right to leave the Union? The Civil War kind of says no, right? But I don't know. I do not know. Like a lot of things in life, unfortunately, I think the ability of some entity to do something depends entirely upon their ability to back it up with force. So, kinda depends on how it goes down. I don't think Hawaii has enough of a military, like, presence or enough people willing to defend it with their lives that would overtake, basically, what would happen, which would probably be a U.S. Navy blockade, and it would fuck Hawaii over.
What are you talking about?
Someone was asking about Hawaii if they declared independence. Right-wingers in Oregon and Washington have been pushing for years to send Eastern Oregon and Washington to Idaho because they don't like being in a blue state. Funny. Dr. Gamble with 200 bits. Damn, dude. Thank you so much. Only 15 seconds left of the level 5 hype train. Holy shit. Dr. Gamble with 5 tier 1 subs.
Oh my god!
How many fucking subs is that from you? Like 20? Like, Jesus
15.
Christ. 15. Holy shit. Dude, you're awesome. You're my new best friend. Thank you.
Hey! Jake and I are offended by that.
Have you gifted 15
There's
subs?
nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
But I pay for groceries.
That's true. I guess it equals out. That was awesome. Thank you, everyone, for all the support. Shylock with 100 bits. Hey, Hannah, I've been watching you and Jake since you started. You both really helped me deal with my religious family. Glad to be able to throw some bits your way. Well, I'm glad we were able to be there for you in a time of need. The Second American Civil War will be the East versus West and maybe North versus South round 2. Yeah, I don't know. It would be complicated. Oh, holy shit. Jeffrey Petrone gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Jeffrey Petrone not to be upstaged by a doctor. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Okay, so we've got 2 necklaces on. The cape. Cloak.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Hannah's got way too big of a head. I was gonna put this.
Yeah, I need a new chain for that.
Like a crown.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Need some bobby pins or something.
If there legit was a second American Civil War, it would be really complicated because, like, You have blue
There's nothing
states
funny
next to
about the
red
tools of
states, right?
capitalism.
How's that gonna work? It's not like there's a straight-up Mason-Dixon line that you could draw that would, like, be clear geographical differences. There are places that are red right
There's
next to
nothing
places
funny
that are
about the
blue, and
tools
that's
of
gonna complicate
capitalism.
things, so. I need t-shirt merch. Yeah, I'll work on it.
Okay, and now the last thing. You
There's
guys
nothing
get to
funny
pick
about the
what
tools of
lipstick I
capitalism.
put on Hannah. She doesn't know this is coming and she's gonna hate me.
I mean, I clearly do know now. You just said it right next to my face.
Yeah, I meant prior to this.
Oh, sure.
Okay. So, we're gonna go by, well, I don't have colors. I'm gonna show you what we have. Hannah's favorite color is purple. So is mine and so is Jake's. But, so what we have is this one. It's an It Cosmetics thing, and it basically changes color based on your pH. And then there's this one that's like a pink. We have this one that's a similar color, but it's more browny. And then got like a shimmery gloss or a light nude color.
Someone says the It Cosmetics one, someone says pink, someone says sparkle gloss, someone says the brownie one, pH, pink,
Okay,
pH.
we're gonna do this one.
Okay.
Okay, so it just looks like a chapstick, but it comes out like pink. And it's just gonna be like a subtle color. And I'm gonna put shimmer on. Turn back towards me. Okay, smoosh your lips together.
Let me see how visible this is on the camera. Not very, but maybe as it color shifts a little bit more. It's subtle though, either way. There's a blush with the pH thing too. Okay.
This can also be used as a blush. So it says lip and blush color.
When you turn the AC up, this cloak is heating me up. Which I guess is the point of a cloak, so it's doing its job. Anyway. Now we can get to the content.
Content? Who's she?
John Doyle won, I think, so let's do Doyle's take on the recent murder of a kid and him equivocating it. Him equivocating it to the Black Lives Matter movement and why they don't care about this white kid getting
There's
killed.
nothing funny about
Even
the
though
tools
you can
of
care about
capitalism.
multiple things. And Lid with 100 bits. Hannah, do you think you'll ever look over one of Alex Jones's documentaries? Maybe. Too much Alex Jones is dangerous, because I'm pretty sure he's been banned from YouTube, and I don't want to get, flagged for that. Do I like the cloak? I do like the cloak. I'm going to integrate it into D&D at some point. One of the future professors, if the professor doesn't die, or if the professor does die but doesn't, but regenerates. Because the professor can die without regenerating if they're, disintegrated. But if the professor dies and, regenerates at some point, one of them will wear a cloak. Because I do like it. Isn't he rather litigious as well? Perhaps. He just got done with a big lawsuit with the Sandy Hook families that I think he lost. So, I don't know how much he wants to be inside of a courtroom at this point. But, hey, better to be safe than sorry. I've been through big lawsuits already. They suck ass and cost way too much money. like, for that lawsuit we did against the Cristiano brothers, we raised like $80,000 on that GoFundMe or Indiegogo or whatever it was, and we blew through all that in the legal fees in like 3 months or something. It was ridiculous. It was a shame. It was a shame, but you know. Anyway. So John Doyle claiming the media is ignoring white child murdered by black man. No, they're not. We're going to go look and see, you know, media coverage of this. We're going to Google it to show that he's just being wrong. And secondly, he's going to try and equivocate this to like, oh, you care about cops murdering people, but you don't care about this murder. Okay, the reason people are protesting cop violence is because cops get away with violence, whereas this case, the guy was arrested the same day and charged. He's already been arrested and charged. There's no miscarriage of justice happening in that case. It's not about just a crime happening. It's about the miscarriage of justice. The Floyd murder, the Eric Chauvin, I think is his name, probably wouldn't have been arrested if it wasn't for the public outcry. And we still have cops getting away with the murder, like the lady who was in bed, and they broke into the wrong house, and they shot her in bed, and they're still walking the streets. They haven't been charged with anything. So that's what the Black Lives Matter, Derek Chauvin, did I say Eric? Yeah, and Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor was shot in her bed by the cops because they were doing a no-knock raid in plain clothes, and they got into the wrong house and shot her in bed. And then the boyfriend, thinking that someone was breaking into their house, shot at the police, and then he was charged with, like, attempted murder of a police officer. They ended up dropping the charges. But either way, all those cops are out and free and not charged with anything. So that's why the Black Lives Matter protests are happening, right? Because there's been a miscarriage of justice. Cops getting away with something. Whereas this case, the guy who murdered the kid, and that guy's a fucking dirtbag. Anyone who murders anyone, much less a fucking child, deserves to go to prison, right? But he was charged the same day. That's not a miscarriage of justice. That's not what the protests are about. The protests aren't like, someone did a crime. It's, someone did crimes. Not only this crime, but systematic injustices for decades, and nothing's being done about it. So let's see him do the false equivalence, shall we?
Today is Thursday. This presumably would have been Cannon Hinnant's fourth day of kindergarten. His first day was supposed to be on Monday, but Cannon didn't get to experience his first day of kindergarten, and he won't get to experience...
Cannon Hinnant.
There's nothing
Search.
funny about the tools of capitalism.
News. Thank you to Random Invite with 50 bits. Sometimes I wonder if John is just inept or playing stupid. Oh, he's playing stupid. He's a fascist. He's an absolute fascist. Speaking of which, I finally got paid from Twitch. So, we're going to start the behind the mask thing, as we've been talking about doing, where I'm going to go into these private, a lot of these, like, people like John Doyle, Liberty Hangout. If you pay them a subscription, you get into their private chat rooms. So, we're going to, I think over the weekend, I'm going to go in there and try and find what I can, and if there's enough content, we're going to do a whole Chud Watch on that stuff, or at least make it a segment in Chud Watch for Monday. So, stay tuned for that. Monday we'll be looking at, I think, probably John Doyle's. I'll save Liberty Hangouts for another one. But I think we're going to be doing John Doyle's private groups. Thank you, RSTLPDX, for following. So, we'll check that out and see what we can find. Hannah paying for access to private right-wing Chud servers so we don't have to. Yeah, it's going to be bad. It's going to be real bad. It's going to be the closest thing to investigative journalism I'll ever do in my life.
There's nothing funny about
Random invite with 30 bits. I'm excited for the quality content. Well, it's coming from me. I don't know how quality it'll be, but I'll do my best. Anyway, so as you can see, there are just fucking countless articles about this awful murder of this kid, right? From ABC and CNN and Fox News and CBS and all kinds of local affiliates. Like, they're just pages upon pages. Here's up to 12 pages down. Let's see. School board. Nope, that one's not it. Let's go back a bit to see where we get the actual still murder articles. We have like 5 pages of articles about this kid getting killed. And it's tragic. I agree. But the fact that they're about to say, well, why don't you care about this? You can care about multiple things, John. Anyway, let's let John speak and see what he has to say.
Experience his first day of first grade, and he won't get to go shopping with his mother for school supplies and watch regretfully as every year his list becomes filled with less colored pencils and crayons and more notebooks and binders, because he actually won't get to do any of the things that we all enjoyed growing up, because he had his life stolen by this man Darius Sessoms because he supposedly biked on the man's lawn by accident. And so Darius Sessoms approached 5-year-old Cannon while he was playing outside with his sisters, and he executed him.
That's fucked up.
He shot this 5-year-old boy in the head point blank, and the media are silent.
They're literally not, John. We just fucking looked this shit up. Do I need to do it again? Control V. Oops, nope. That's not what I wanted. There we go. News. CNN. 25-year-old man has been charged in the shooting death of a 5-year-old, Cannon Hinnant. And there's a video on it, too. Is it gonna load? Load. There we go.
Just playing in the yard like any other day.
Cannon had gone to church Sunday morning with his dad and sister.
Everybody there just loved Cannon.
And Cannon just loved riding his bike as he was doing Sunday evening in his dad's front yard on Archers Road. His 2 sisters there with him. His dad, Austin Hinnant, was inside when he heard the gunshot.
I just scooped him up in my arms and held him and I screamed, and somebody help me please help me save my son. God, save my son, please.
Hinnant looked up and saw his neighbor in the yard next door, gun in hand, pacing
There's nothing
frantically.
funny about the tools
I
of
was looking at
capitalism.
him as I was picking up Cannon, and I was so full of rage, but I couldn't leave my son's side. I just wanted to be with my son.
Hinnant's fiance called 911. He says his neighbor, 25-year-old Darius Sessoms, who lived with his parents, soon drove away. Police arrested Sessoms the next day, charging him with murder. Can you explain why he would shoot your 5-year-old boy?
I have no idea why he would kill my son in front of his 2 sisters.
No offense,
It's,
dudes spanking dudes, but your parents sound like fucking psychos.
Just the night before, Hinnant says he had Sessoms over for supper.
So you get it, right? This is news coverage from CNN talking about it. Police have charged a 25-year-old man with first-degree murder after they say he shot and killed a 5-year-old boy last week in Wilson, North Carolina. Austin Hinnant told CNN affiliate WRAL he was inside the home when his son Cannon was playing outside and was shot. Hinnant says he ran outside and scooped up the injured child and held him in his arms. I screamed, somebody help me save my son, he said. Hinnant told the affiliate he looked up and saw his neighbor, Darius Sessoms, in the yard next door with a gun in his hand, pacing and frantic. Quote, I was looking at him and I was picking up Cannon and I was so full of rage, but I could not leave my son's side, he said. I just wanted to be with my son. Hinnant's fiancé called 911, he said, and Sessions drove away. In a news release, the Wilson Police Department said officers were dispatched to the 5100 block of Archers Road on August 9th in reference to a shooting found an 5-year-old suffering a gunshot wound who later died at a nearby hospital. Police identified Sessoms as a suspect and arrested him after he was found Monday in a Goldsboro residence about 30 minutes south of Wilson. It was unclear if Sessoms has an attorney. So not only is it in this article, this is from this, so clearly CNN broadcasted this on the network at some point. We also have, of course, a Fox News article about the same. We have a USA Today article about the same thing. We have, let's see, here's the WARL. It's the local affiliate station that they were talking about in the other article. We have WCNC Charlotte. We have, let's see, ABC6 Action News. We have WNKY. We have People.com, I assume affiliated with People Magazine. We have KABC TV. We're going to go through all these just because I want to get the point home that he's saying that no one's covering this. Fox 39 News. WACB. ABC 7. The Wilson Times. CBS 17. The Wilson Times covering it yet again. Real Clear Politics talking about Steven Crowder talking about it. Fox 5 Las Vegas. WRAL again. ABC News 4. KY3. AZ Family. WKYT. WE whatever. WETM. Yak Tri News. WEAR. WTVC. Fox 28. 13 WMAZ. This is gonna be the most boring shit ever, but I got a fucking WCBM. Univision. Whatever this is, Ahoro Mismo. Noticias Ya, which I think is a Spanish language news source. Marzel News. Wavy.com. Like, come on. There are tons of news sources talking about this, John. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's so weird that he thinks he can just come out and lie about this, and then people be like, oh, okay. Yeah, you said it, so it must be true. You fucking scum.
If you try to find this story online, you're only going to find it from like local sources, a few conservative publications maybe, but the mainstream media are dead silent about this story. And
No, they're not. We literally just saw a CNN article about it.
one of the saddest things that I read pertaining to this story was from the cousin of the boy's mother, who said, he will never be forgotten. And I believe that she believes that. I truly do. But the reality is that Cannon will be forgotten soon. I mean, some of us might make a point to...
Okay? I don't think she's talking about the general public, John. Most murder victims, unfortunately, get forgotten by the general public. What's your point?
remember him, but the reality is that 2 weeks from now, no one's going to be talking about this story. But 2 weeks from now...
Okay, it'll probably come up again during the trial, but what do you want them to talk about? Like, there's no greater message to learn here, John. When we're talking about, for instance, and I'm sure you're going to equivocate in a little bit, when we're talking about, like, the Chauvin incident where he killed a perp, that's something that relates to other things happening. We see this time and time again, police killing suspects, especially black suspects. So it's emblematic of a greater issue. The murder of this poor kid by the neighbor, it doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason. The neighbor's just fucking cuckoo bananas and decided to execute a kid on his lawn. Like, what's the greater lesson we should learn from that, John? There isn't one, unless you think that it has to do with the color of his skin, which it doesn't. So, why would we continue to cover it until such a time as new things happen? The guy's been arrested, great. I'm sure he'll go on trial and be found guilty, and those are good things. But until that time, what do you want the news to do? You want him to just be like, by the way, this kid's still dead. That's not informative or teaching anyone anything. It just seemed like this dude is nuts, right? Epiphany Jane, thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. And Sky King 5051808 subscribing, thank you, says he's trying to whip his Nazis into a frenzy by pushing an us versus them narrative. Oh, I understand what he's doing. But, like, it's so obvious what he's doing because it doesn't make sense in any other context. This only makes sense in a context where he's saying, see, look, this black guy killed a white kid. Okay, what's anyone supposed to get out of that? It's a tragedy, but it has no larger implications for the people, like, not involved, right? This isn't some systematic issue.
2 months from now, we will all still be talking about George Floyd. St. Floyd of Minneapolis. 2 decades from now, our children...
Yes, because again, he's emblematic of a system that is broken. That's the point, right? Rosa Parks wasn't the first person to not want to give up her seat, or the first person to be told to get to the back of the bus. But it's remembered because it sparked a lot of outrage, the Montgomery bus boycotts, and helped light the flames of the civil rights movement, right? We don't remember things because they're just a thing that happened. We remember them because the result of those actions causes more things to happen. So George Floyd was killed by the police And after that, it sparked outrage, causing mass protests. So that's why people will remember him. Pretty simple. Thank you to the Pseudo-Sapien for hosting. Welcome.
Children will have to memorize that name for American history exams. And we know why that is, but to the average person that might seem a bit strange, but they probably won't question it. Because
John, if they remember George Floyd's name and it is something that's brought up in history books, good. That would mean it led to actual lasting change in our policing systems. I'm sorry you don't like black people being in history books. It's very clear you don't. But maybe get the fuck over yourself. That'd be good.
Because people are not actually individuals. That's my favorite shit-lib assumption. We all know some liberal whose entire personality is just, excuse me, are you registered to vote? Are you registered? Oh, if only more people voted. If only more people, then everything would be fine. The problem isn't more democracy, it's less democracy. We really need all the people who haven't been interested or intelligent enough to take 2 minutes to register to vote. We really need them calling the shots.
Is he unironically calling for fewer people to vote here? Really? Very democratic of you, John. Don't you just love this country in such a way that you apparently want fewer of its citizens to have a say in its governance? What a lovely opinion to have about the American populace. I'm not going to pretend I have the greatest opinion of the American voter base, but at the end of the day, everyone has the right to vote, and I think they should exercise that right. And be allowed to do so easily. Look at what Trump's doing to, again, the Postal Service right now in an election year in which mail-in voting is going to be more important than ever because of the global pandemic. John, I get that people on the right don't like that a lot of people have the right to vote, but maybe put the mask on a little bit more because it just makes you look like a fucking fascist.
Most people do not think about things. Most people do not have agency. They do not possess the internal monologue.
This is legit unironic. Everyone else is an NPC. What the fuck is this solipsistic worldview that you think some people are just out here that are lesser human beings than you and therefore they shouldn't have a say in governance? This is literally fascist ideology that you're like, I'm above the plebs. Me, John Doyle, sitting in my parents' house. I clearly, ex-Subway employee, am in the top 1% of thinkers in the United States, and therefore everyone should bow to how I believe the government should run. John, I think women shouldn't have the right to vote. Doyle thinks that his opinion matters more than everyone else in the population, and it's fucking sick.
Basically respond to stimuli and group conformity and then default to pursuing food, sex, and leisure. And the reason I bring this up is because the fact that there is not national outrage about this in isolation, let's not even compare it to George Floyd for a second. The fact that this in itself is not getting people demanding.
It was trending on Twitter. People were fucked up about it. It's a fucked up situation. It's fucked. We can all look at that situation and go, that's fucked up. Fuck that guy. But he's already been arrested and charged. There's nothing else to be done about it. Now the justice system will hopefully carry out justice appropriately. There's nothing to protest here, John. He was arrested and charged. So, yep, it's a crime that happened. It's really fucked up. It's sad, and we can all feel for the family and for the poor child that died. But there's no societal impact, right? It doesn't mean anything to the larger picture other than, wow, really fucked up things happen sometimes because some really fucked up people do fucked up things. But everyone already knows that, right? Random crimes happen all the time. So I don't understand what you want people to do. Do you want people to start a fucking race riot and start hating black people just because this guy's black? Because that's the only thing I could think you would mean by this. What do you want people to be? Oh, we need to go and march and protest because people shouldn't shoot children in the face. Yeah, everyone knows that. That's why this is such an interesting story, because this guy's such a piece of shit. But what do you want people to do, right? In the George Floyd situation, in the situation we have now with Black Lives Matter and people standing up for, making the cops accountable for the crimes and murders they commit, that's actionable. That's something that you can say to the establishment and say, here are the things that I want changed in the system. We want cops held accountable. We want better training. We want de-escalation training. We want to make sure that cops have body cameras on all the time. We want to make sure that they know that when they have a perp in their custody, that they have a responsibility to keep that person safe, even if they're a dirtbag. Because at the end of the day, they're the cops. They're not judges. They're not judge, jury, and executioner. It's their job to hold a suspect safely until such a time as the justice system can carry out what it needs to do. These are actionable things. In this case, what do you want anyone to do, John? What is your purpose here?
Media coverage for this story, it vindicates so much about what we talk about. Like, if a 5-year-old white boy can be executed in his front lawn in front of his sisters, and the media won't cover it because the murderer was a black man, and
you're assuming it's because he's a black dude. That has nothing to do with it. A, it has been covered. I just showed you the CNN article and video from the network. And B, what the fuck else do you want him to talk about it? C, you're claiming that it's because he's black, with no evidence. Brilliant.
and as a result, no one in this country cares, how do you ever expect to gain any ground? I mean, we have no cultural power in this country, but conservatives think that we're winning because, oh, Trump's in office, and the other day, he totally owned this stupid liberal reporter. Cry more, leftist. Hold on, let me drink some leftist tears. Would you like to know what that is? That is a cope of astronomical proportions. They are so overwhelmingly in charge of the narratives in this country, and as a result, what everyone thinks in this country, that a case like this is completely ignored, specifically because it was a black man murdering a young white boy.
No, you have no evidence for that, John. Murders happen every day. Let's just look. I don't know. Child murdered. News. A lot of these are going to be this kid again because this is the most recent one. But here we go. Here's another kid. 3 men charged with murder and shooting death of 7-year-old Zamar Jones.
Remember having that feeling for the first time? The first day.
Gee, I wonder why John didn't make a video about this kid. It's because he's black. Here's another one where some kid was killed.
Developing tonight,
but of course, John doesn't care about that one because the kid isn't white. Here's another kid who was found dead recently. Like,
Don't wait.
as shitty as it is, kids get killed all the time. This was only 3 weeks ago, and that's like the most. So in the last month, like 4 or 5 kids have wound up dead. Oh, Sky King 051808. Thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel. My point is, kids get murdered all the time. It's interesting to me that John picked this specific murder. It's almost like he only cares because it was a black guy killing a white kid. He doesn't seem to care when the opposite happens, or even if it's just, like, a non-white kid getting killed. Like, you had weeks of other kids getting killed that you could have covered, but you picked this one specifically because it fit your weird racist, like, fasci agenda where you're like, look, this is a black guy killing a white kid, okay, and their races have nothing to do with the murder, John.
Child. And so when the silent majority disappears, as our old...
The silent majority. I am so sick of people on the right claiming they're a silent majority. No. You're a very loud, overrepresented minority. Stop it.
Older generations leave us, and the generations replacing them are being indoctrinated by these narratives from infancy throughout their lives, and they're now the majority of the electorate. What then?
We're already the majority of the electorate, John. It's just that, unfortunately, due to both gerrymandering and the Electoral College, hicks in the middle of nowhere with racist opinions, their votes are weighted more than normal people from reasonable areas. Thanks, Electoral College. Fucking up the country since 1776.
It's over then. We will have the ultimate illusion of choice. You know, sure, we're all going to get to cast our vote because everyone's voice counts, and we all get to pick where we get our information from because it's a citizen's duty to be informed, but it won't matter. It will be a one-party state. You will have the Democratic Socialist.
No, ideally you will have, again, I think we should do reforms so we have like something like 5 parties that more so reflects what other countries have, that'd be great, because this whole idea of having basically two options in an election is stupid. So ranked choice voting, basically anything other than first past the post, would be great. But even if we stick with what we have now, which is effectively a two-party system, there would probably be a period of time in which what we call the Democrats today would be the dominant party for quite a while. This has happened in United States history when there's sort of been a change in social or economic views of people in the electorate, right? So for a while you might have dominance from the Democrats, but then at some point, most likely due to changing opinions, you would have a further left party, and then the Democrats would be the right party, and you'd have like an actual like labor movement party, more or less.
And you will have the liberal Republicans who will appear to be right-wing by comparison. The point is that winning elections isn't enough. We have to actually take control of the culture. It is the only way. Otherwise, our window to win elections is only going to be open for about 10 more years. If a story is unbelievably evil and shocking as this...
What the fuck? John, we just did it. Look, you fucking liar. Let's see. We got Yahoo, Washington Post. Hold on. Control-V. Look at all the news articles. We looked at these earlier. You fucking liar, John. So dishonest.
Can't get covered.
Just because NBC, ABC, New York Times didn't cover it doesn't mean it wasn't covered. It's not a national news story, John. It's sad. It's fucked up. But again, like we searched earlier, multiple kids have gone missing or murdered in the last month. It's not national news because it happens shockingly often. In the area that it happened, regionally, there's tons of coverage. Of course there is. But it's not national news.
Because to do so would jeopardize the narrative. You can forget just begging for diversity of thought because they don't care. And they probably would have cared at least a little bit if the murderer were a white guy. Like, hey.
Let's actually search Yahoo News, because I think it would come up on Yahoo. Control-V. Search news. Oh, look at that. There's fucking 3 results. It's almost like you're a big fat liar, John. Jesus Christ.
Hey, look at this. Look, this was really sad. And then people would be like, wow, white people are the worst. What else is new? But to even acknowledge that black people do things like this, just like white people, and actually even...
Dude, no one is saying that people of every race don't commit crimes. Or do commit crimes. No one is saying that everyone is Sorry, let me reword. No one is saying that specific racial groups do not commit crimes. Because that's not the conversation we're having, John. We recognize that basically everyone in society is capable of committing crimes. But the conversation that's going on in society now, the predominant narrative that's being told and being talked about, is the fact that police officers, and that's an occupation, not a race. You could be a black police officer and still do fucked up shit. Police officers, with their supreme powers and their immunity from being charged for committing crimes on duty, that's wrong, and that's something that needs to be addressed, right? And the statistics bear out the fact that black people are more often than white people by rate victims of this mentality that cops can get away and do it with whatever they want, with the perps, okay?
More than white people would undermine the narrative that black people are the eternal victims in society at the hands of white people who are the eternal oppressors.
John, slavery only ended like 150 years ago, something like that. And up until 1969, segregation was still like the law of the land in many places, and black people were getting pushed out of their right to vote with awful like tests that were rigged against them and stuff. My parents are older than the Civil Rights Act. This is not some ancient history that you're talking about. Why do you talk about this like systematic racism isn't something that has affected multiple communities, though severely the black community in the United States? It's the truth. And you know that, and I know you know that, and I know you know that I know you know that, right? So stop with all this mask on bullshit. Just say what you mean and mean what you say, you fucking coward.
That's what this is about. This is about preserving the Black Lives Matter narrative. This is about keeping the spotlight and national conversation on George Floyd.
Yes, because that's what's important right now. Because that's something that hasn't been addressed after decades and decades of black people saying, like, hey, we're being treated badly by the police. And now, with the fact that everyone has cameras all the time, constantly we're catching cops brutalizing people. There's entire spreadsheets just from the past, like, 3 or 4 months. I linked to one a couple streams back that was like, there were like 1,000 entries just from the beginning of the protests of cops using inordinate force on protesters or people just hanging out. Like, it's fucked up. It's something that needs to be addressed. But you don't seem to think it matters, because it's clear you don't care what happens to black people as a community. And that's your right to have whatever shitty opinion you want to have, but it makes you a coward to not just outright say it and to try and use all these weasel words and dog whistles to try and get around it because you know people will call you out for the racist you fucking are when you admit what you really believe. Go back to working at Subway, John. I want my sub toasted, you fucking bitch.
But let's compare these cases. I think it's fair to say that things can be tragic and things can be more tragic than other things, and particularly with deaths. I think a lot of that is weighted on who the person is, what their character was like, and also the circumstances surrounding their death. And so with George Floyd, we're told by the supposedly reasonable people that, you know, even if he's not the angel that he's being purported to be, the circumstances of the death are still tragic. It's like, okay. Were they more tragic than being executed at point-blank range?
Are you really going to play the game of, actually, this kid was murdered and that's worse because he's a child? First of all, I'm not playing that fucking game. We're not going to pull out a fucking ruler and try and measure the tragedy of different people's deaths, because it's pointless and means nothing. Secondly, again, the kid was murdered. That's fucked up. It is, but the guy was already charged, right? The justice system worked in that case and probably will continue to work through his trial and sentencing. But what we see in the case of George Floyd is, again, Chauvin and the other officers who sat and watched while he murdered George Floyd were walking away scot-free until the public got involved. That's the difference. And again, you know that. I know you know that. I know you know I know that. So stop it with all this dishonest bullshit. Oh, let me just equivocate real quick between these two things and act like they're even remotely the same thing. They're not. They're not, John. So knock it off.
In front of your sisters at 5 years old? No, they weren't. But what about the people? Okay, well, one was a perfectly happy, wonderful 5-year-old boy who probably would avoid stepping on a ladybug if it were in his path. And the other was a middle-aged, degenerate, drug-addicted criminal.
Oh, God.
It's coming in the mail. It says
What the hell?
late, so
Hold on.
I'm supposed to get it today, but I might get.
First of all, calling someone degenerate, big Nazi energy. Secondly, I don't care what George Floyd did. The police do not have the right to execute people in their custody. What do you people not understand about that? This isn't fucking Judge Dredd walking around being like, you have committed a crime, sentence death, and immediately kills them. No. If a cop kills someone in their custody, that's murder. I don't care if it's the goddamn Zodiac killer in the custody of the police. If the police kill them extrajudicially, that's murder, and that's fucking wrong.
Criminal who robbed pregnant women at gunpoint and elected to point the weapon at their in utero child, and who also starred in amateur pornography. Now,
okay, are we really saying that someone who stars in pornography deserves death now? Really? That's your line, John? Oh, you were in a porn once, so it's okay if the police murder you extrajudicially. Fuck you!
judging by the national outrage, judging by the cities that were burned, you would think that George Floyd's death was more...
God damn, they keep going to the same things. It's always the picture of the Amazon warehouse, you notice that? It's almost like not very many things burned at all, and they have to keep going back to the same images to try and make a point, because they're intellectually dishonest about what's actually going on with the protest, which have mostly been peaceful.
More tragic, but after breaking it down, I think it's safe to say that Cannon Hinnant's death is more of a tragedy than George Floyd's death. Cannon Hinnant is more of a tragedy than George Floyd. Cannon Hinnant is more of a tragedy than George Floyd.
But is it emblematic of decades of systematic racist abuse of an entire group of people? No. And also, again, calling any one murder more tragic than another, really stupid. None of this is objective. Stop trying to do this. Stop trying to concern troll. Again, I looked at a list of murders of children in the last month. You specifically picked a white kid. We know what you're doing, John.
Send me an email if you want to see my math. They painted murals and leveled...
Your fucking math, really? I'd love to see your morality math. Because, boy, if you somehow cracked the code on morality via math, please step up and win your Nobel Prize. You'll win $1 million. You won't have to work at Subway anymore. You can move out of your parents' house and stop being racist in it. You think his parents ever knock on the door and say, "Hey, John, could you stop being such a racist prick inside my house?" And he goes, "Mom, I'm filming my show."
Cities for George Floyd, gave his family 15...
Again, John, you know this isn't just about George Floyd. It's about the fact that the police have gotten away with systematic injustice for decades, both against black and white people, though, of course, it affects black people more. Police are out of fucking control, and they need to be put in place, period. They need to be trained better. They need to be evaluated better before they're allowed on the force. They need to have oversight that they are currently lacking in a severe way.
$1 million
Cops should not be allowed to investigate other cops. Period.
and they can't even give Cannon Hinnant a 500-word eulogy? Oh, he's gonna cut you down. He's gonna cut you down. These people are evil. They don't view human life as universally valuable. They don't even view children.
You literally just said earlier in this video that you don't want certain people to vote. So what the fuck are you talking about? At least be internally consistent in your shitty dog whistle video, you fucking moron.
That way. Look at their attitudes towards abortion or even infanticide with the more honest ones. The way that they regard life is of conditional value, and maybe with abortion they'll employ arbitrary metrics like sentience or viability, but it just...
Those aren't arbitrary. Sentience is an arbitrary guideline, really? You think that sentience in regard to whether or not you should be allowed to take something or someone's life is arbitrary? John, I assume you fucking like steak, right? The reasons that a lot of people say that it's okay to eat animals, and I eat animals, I think that's morally questionable, but I do it, is because that they aren't, like, on the same level as humans mentally, right? So clearly the same argument would apply to, like, embryos or fetuses. Or, I guess you're just a hypocrite, right? Seems like that one.
Just so happens that in this particular case, the conditions that have to be met are whether that person is useful to the narrative. And this 5-year-old boy wasn't, so who cares about him? And his death actually even harms the narrative because it suggests that black people aren't just always the victims, and that sometimes they actually do pretty evil things. And so...
Again, complete straw man argument. John, no one is saying that people who aren't white can't or don't commit crime. That's not what the discussion in this country is about. It's not about saying that black people are never committing crimes. It's about the fact that on the whole, they are being brutalized and killed by the police at an inordinate rate. Period.
This story had to be completely swept under the rug. This was not...
It hasn't been. Again, you want to look at child murders again? Child murders. News. Here's a child murder. Here's the one you're talking about. That's about killing a dad. Where's the next one? Probably murder would be better for news because it's specifically going to talk about specific murders. North Carolina. There's that one. There's this dude. This is the most recent one. Child abuse case from 2015. Capital murder charge. So this guy probably killed a kid. We have this kid dead. This woman in Waco killed this kid. This was a day ago. Yikerinos. So this lady killed someone. This kid's dead. Family says online spat led to murder of 28-year-old mother. Well, that's the mother dead. That's not the kid dead. You're going to have a really messed up looking search history? True. Child killed by father during murder-suicide. This kid's dead. This person murdered someone.
Turning now to an update on the tragic
This kid's dead. This lady murdered a kid. I don't see a picture of the kid, but the kid's dead. Woman charged with murder in death of child. There's another child murderer. Again, John, this kid's dead. The reason we don't cover these things at a national level usually is because they happen all the time, right? And it's sad, I agree. It's fucked up. It's real fucked up. But there's no systematic issue that's causing child murder. There's just people who do fucked up things for a variety of reasons, whether it's like Casey Anthony not wanting a daughter and wanting to like go back to life before that, or whether it's someone who's just like angry and crazy, you know? This kid died. Like, this shit happens, and it's a tragedy, as much as anything is a tragedy. But it has nothing to do with the fact that the reason that Black Lives Matter and people who support Black Lives Matter are protesting isn't specifically because of George Floyd. It's because of what George Floyd represented as far as the policing system in this country not caring about taking care of perps who are of a dark skin color. It's very simple.
Not a coincidence. These people communicate. They have editorial meetings, and they have official decisions to blacklist categorically stories like this because reporting on them.
His funeral is trending right now. Let's take a look. Twitter. Nope. Twitch. Twitter. Trending. You sure it isn't just in your personal trending? Because I don't see him. There we go. Here it is. Funeral held for 5-year-old Cannon Hinnant, who was fatally shot while riding his bike. It's literally trending on Twitter.
Truth to the American people would undermine their...
It's on CNN.com. Yeah, we looked at the CNN article earlier.
...manufactured narrative. So, when they say Black Lives Matter, they don't just mean that Black Lives Matter.
Nope, that's what that means.
Like, of course Black Lives Matter. No one disputes that.
The police do, because they kill black people inordinately relative to the size of black population within this country. You clearly dispute that, John, because that's all Black Lives Matter is saying, is Black Lives Matter. We want to be treated the same as everyone else. So don't be like, no one is disputing that. Yeah, they are. That's the problem.
What they really mean is that Black Lives Matter because they are black. White lives don't matter simply because they are white.
No. No one's saying that, Johnny.
And unless they can be used to propel the narrative, they don't matter at all. That's the message. That's the most tragic thing about this whole... What they really mean is that they don't just mean that Black Lives Matter. Like, of course Black Lives Matter. No one disputes that.
Do-do-do-do. Report. Dun 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 dun. Ba-dun dun dun dun. Boop. 6 minutes, 22 seconds. A report. Hey, completely unrelated reason. If you want to check out this video for literally any reason, there's a link in the chat. You're welcome.
What they really mean is that Black Lives Matter because they are black. White lives don't matter simply because they are white, and unless they can be used to propel the narrative, they don't matter at all. That's the message. That's the most tragic thing about this whole thing, that Cannon Hinnant doesn't get to be remembered. He won't get a mural because he is white and because his death is inconvenient to the current narratives.
No. It's because kids get killed all the time, John. Kids get killed all the time, and it's not part of some larger systematic issue at play, right? And someone might do a mural of this kid in the city he's from. I don't know. But murals aren't the way that we judge whether or not something is, like, socially important. The reason people talk about George Floyd's death and the reason it sparked so many protests is, again, because it's emblematic of a systematic issue. The murder of this poor kid isn't.
And I've been very careful here because, you know, I don't want people to take what I'm saying in a negative or a hateful way because it's not intended to be that way.
It is, though. It is. Stop being a weasel. Say what you mean and mean what you say, you fucking coward.
But I have to ask, how is your day going to change today because of this? Like, how much longer are we going to read about things like this and just go, that's a shame, and then do nothing about it?
What do you want done about it, John? You can't preemptively, like, precog, like it's Minority Report and be like, yes, we must track down all the child murderers. Literally, what you're saying only makes sense if you're saying, well, the murderer in this case was black, so we should just assume all black people are murderers. What the fuck do you want people to do, John? Say what you mean, or don't say anything at all.
Like, where's our outrage? Why don't we flood the streets surrounding the headquarters of these propagandists and demand that they submit to our narrative, which used to go by simply
Slowdog52 with 100 bits. Maybe we should reduce the number of guns in circulation and increase background checks, John. Yeah.
the truth. But I'm not advocating for anything like that. I would never encourage unlicensed demonstrations because not only...
Unlicensed demonstrations? Oh no, can't be using your First Amendment rights.
Could that get me kicked off YouTube? It's just plain wrong. You know, if this were Black Lives Matter, they'd probably walk into the offices of the places suppressing this story and wreak havoc. But again, we're not them. We don't want to be like them. We don't want to be off-putting. We don't want to be destructive. We don't want to be effective. So don't do that. It's all a joke. I disavow that. But
saying you disavow something while clearly saying that you want someone to do something implicitly, again, with the weasel words. John, be fucking honest. Stop this. It's so ridiculous. Like, being a coward fascist who hides their actual motives and beliefs doesn't make you some, like, ooh, I'm an undercover secret fighter for the resistance. I just want to establish a fascist government in which me, the smart person, is at the top, and people like me will tell all these plebs what to do. No, you're just a fucking coward, and you know that people are going to call you out on your nonsense because you don't really believe in the free marketplace of ideas. You believe in being a coward and inching closer towards fascism, while secretly in your head you go, they can't even tell what I'm really saying. No, we see it, John. You're not some clever fucker who's like, there's a reason you're living in your parents' house, John, right? It's because you're just a Subway employee with a shitty YouTube show. Stop with these delusions of grandeur.
what you can do is you can donate to the family. There were a few fake GoFundMe set up initially, but this is the one that's real, as confirmed by all the local news outlets covering the story. So as of right now, it's raised about $132,000 for the family, and of course, money will never replace the child, but what it will...
And hey, let's see if we can... Does he link to it in here? If you would like to donate to this poor family, because I'm sure they could use it, here's a link in the chat. Because honestly, that is some fucked up shit that happened to them. My sympathy goes out to that family, because no one deserves to have their kid fucking ripped away from them by some psycho with a gun, right?
Will do, even ignoring that money is always helpful for a family with children to feed, is that it will show them that there are people out there who are there for them. And if George Floyd's family can get $15 million, then they should be able to...
Can I help promote your brand new subreddit, Humanize Me? Created 3 days ago, focuses on dignifying sex workers. Do you have a link? I'll put it in the chat.
Get some money as well, which will hopefully make this time a little bit easier for them. So please go donate to them. I donated $2,500 earlier today, and I don't say that to be like, oh, look at me, look how virtuous I am. But I say that because you all know I don't make a lot of money doing YouTube. YouTube kind of doesn't like me, but it's still important.
Because you're a shit.
That we prioritize what we're spending our money on. And I know that times are hard right now with the shutdown, so if you can't afford it, obviously, you should prioritize the necessities of your family and yourself. But
yeah, he did work at Subway. I didn't say it for fun. He brought a gun to Subway, his place of employment. I don't know if this is still where he works. He says he didn't make a lot of money on YouTube. So, I don't know.
But please, if you can, donate to his family. I'll put the link in the description and in the comments so you can, donate. But this is a perfect example of an American family who is in need, and they're going through an extraordinarily hard time right now, something that hopefully none of us will ever have to experience. But, if we're not willing to help them out, if we're not willing to take that action, then what's the point of even trying to fix the country? Hey, guys.
And, of course, the title of this is Media Ignores White Child Murdered by Black Man. That's not inflammatory at all. Again, if you want a link to this video for any reason, not saying you should report it, I disavow, but... There's a fucking link. Well, John disavowed, and clearly he's not. So I say I disavow, right? So that's how that works. Seriously though, go report the video. Fuck this guy. I'm assuming humanize me is safe for work. I assume I can click on this. Here's the humanize me subreddit, which is apparently for basically humanizing sex workers, which is a good thing. So here it is if you would like to check it out. Okay, that's enough Doyle for the day. Let's look at One Angry Gamer. One Angry Gamer, who I am obsessed with for absolutely no reason. I don't know why. He's just weird. And his gaming site, which is all about gaming, and he seems to hate video games, by the way. I don't know if you've ever noticed. He really, really seems to hate video games. Ooh, almost puked. That ravioli from lunch was, I'm pretty sure I have that GERD thing, and I ran out of medication today, so gotta go get that next time I'm at the store, because the acid reflux makes me, you know. Anyway. One Angry Gamer who seems to hate video games is now covering the Hallmark Channel on his gaming website because it has lesbians on it now, and he can't have that. Hallmark has fully embraced degenerate propaganda pushed forward by the people trying to indoctrinate the masses to accept every form of perversion that leftists can think up. Hey, bud, I don't know about you, but we did not come up with the living situation on the Isle of Lesbos. Where was that? Let's see. Lesbos. Lesbos. This is where the word lesbian comes from, if you don't know. Lesbos is a Greek island located in northeastern Aegean Sea. It has an area of 1,633 kilometers squared, with 321 kilometers of coastline, making it the third largest island in Greece. It is separated from Turkey by narrow Mytilene Strait. Sorry, bad at pronunciation. And in late Paleolithic, Mesolithic times was joined to the Anatolian mainland before the end of the last glacial period. Let me find F. Lesbian. The island is widely known as the home of the ancient Greek poet Sappho, and it gives its name to the word lesbian. I'm pretty sure Sappho was a lesbian. And it was basically an island known for ladies getting it on with ladies. So this is where the term lesbian comes from. Not John, sorry, I forgot we're not talking about John anymore. Apparently, One Angry Gamer seems to think that leftists invented lesbianism, despite the fact that it's been around basically for all of humans existing. But we can trace it back at least to ancient Greece. Dude Spanking Dudes with a bit says, Hannah, I just came back after a short walk. I heard you talking and I thought, is that One Angry Gamer article? And I looked and it was. True. At first it seemed like they might be the only channel left featuring wholesome content for families, especially after Hallmark pulled a lesbian ad by Zola. However, a Twitter storm erupted when Hallmark quickly kowtowed by reinstating the ad and issuing an apology to the LGBTQIA+ community. Hallmark then announced they would be perverting their traditional Christmas movies with gay content. We read that article. Well, it appears as if they're not going to wait for Christmas to taint little Timmy and Tabitha's eyes, as the upcoming wedding weekend original movie will include a lesbian relationship. Does One Angry Gamer not understand that lesbians, exist in real life? Right? I'm a trans woman, and I'm in a relationship with a woman. Of course, One Angry Gamer wouldn't consider that lesbian because he would probably see me as a man, despite the fact that I am not. But, outside of that, there are cis women who marry cis women. All the time. What? That's not disturbing to children. It's just the world. 2 women getting married or 2 men getting married isn't any more disturbing to a child than a man and a woman getting married, right? It's all just marriage to them. If you haven't taught your kid to be homophobic, they have no reason to think it's weird. The lesbian relationship wasn't only featured in a new behind-the-scenes featurette, but also prominently plastered all over Hallmark's YouTube channel via thumbnail.
Our new Hallmark Channel movie, Wedding Every Weekend.
We're taking you behind the scenes. So this is a story about a woman. She's a physical therapist, and she sort of finds herself in a very comfortable but uninspiring life situation.
She meets Nate, who has his own reservation.
Put all of his focus in opportunity in this movie of the summer and spending time.
They are.
Jenny's made of. I think you guys would really hit it off.
No.
Oh god, the acting in Hallmark movies is always so bad, and it's shot like a TV show from the 90s.
So just take me off your setup list until future notice, okay?
Okay.
Desperately.
Sort of specific theme.
It reflects the
Lesbian
world that
wedding.
we live in now. It's exciting to celebrate love in all its forms.
One of them is a Jewish wedding, and then there's a biracial wedding.
So it's not even a movie about, like, a lesbian wedding. It says the movie is like Wedding Every Weekend. So I assume the premise will be two people. I'm just going based on, you know, my understanding, let's say, of Hallmark movie structure. Basically, it's probably going to be maybe a caterer or two people who work for a catering company, or maybe one will be someone who works in some other, like, wedding-oriented business. And I assume they will get to know each other over the course of the movie through all these weddings they work at. Or maybe they're just friends with a lot of people who are getting married and they keep running into each other at a wedding. Either way, the movie's going to be them getting to know each other over a series of weddings. So there's all sorts of different weddings, and the movie, even though it's probably going to be a bad movie, it's a Hallmark movie, is going to be sort of celebrating, like, look at all the different kinds of people that get married. Look at all these different kinds of weddings and ways to celebrate your love, and the overarching story is going to be these two people falling in love while surrounded by the love of others. It's not a bad premise for, like, a romantic comedy or romantic drama, whatever. Fine. And one angry gamer is mad because one of the couples happens to be lesbians. Like, one angry gamer, lesbians get married since at least 2015, when it became the law of the land everywhere in the United States, and even before then, many states allowed gay marriage. Hallmark are quick, our viewership is dying. We need to get a younger generation. Yeah, very much so. Let's see. I'm gonna upvote this just because I'm annoyed by all the downvotes by people who don't like the fact that it's lesbians. Here, go give this Hallmark Channel trailer an upvote to try and, like, piss off the homophobes. I think that's a good reason to give an upvote, if there ever has been one. They were making it known that they're going all in on promoting perverse lifestyle to their audiences. Yeah, those women in the cute wedding dresses who just love each other. Very perverse, whether they like it or not. Thankfully, there are some people who are downvoting the trailer and making it known that they do not like the direction that Hallmark is going in. So, like, a third of their audience, which are probably the old people who are going to die soon, don't like it. But most people are for it. Great. The movie isn't just about promoting lesbianism. It's not promoting lesbianism. It just features a lesbian wedding, which is a thing in the real world. Like, this movie has chairs in it. This movie is promoting chairs. Well, no, chairs are just like a thing in the real world. So if you put them in a movie, they serve a purpose because they're a thing in the real world. Same with a lesbian couple. Lesbians exist in the real world. You can expect to have things from the real world in your movie. Dream Scythe, thanks for continuing your subscription. This is the longest sub I've ever maintained. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. The movie isn't just about promoting lesbianism, though. It goes all in on degeneracy. There isn't one normal wedding. Jesus Christ. Oh, gross. There isn't one normal wedding featured in the entire film. And then he goes on to say, there's a Jewish wedding? Wow, that's some anti-Semitic fucking shit right there. A biracial wedding, an interracial wedding, and a lesbian wedding. Fuck you, dude. What are you talking about? These are all weddings. What do you mean normal wedding? Is normal wedding to you two white people, one man and one woman getting married? Fuck you. You fucking Nazi prick. Disgusting. Yeah, one angry gamer. You are indeed fucking disgusting. This is on his, is this guy 70 years old? No. What's biracial versus interracial? I assume, if I had to guess, I'm assuming this couple, the woman might be biracial, and the guy's probably just, like, black, and that's probably what he's referencing. I don't know for sure, though. Apparently, promoting normal, well-adjusted heterosexuals getting married is no longer on Hallmark's cards. Most of the weddings are straight weddings. What are you talking about? One of them is even explicitly religious, the Jewish wedding. Like, what? There are some groups attempting to make it known that they don't support and aren't willing to stand by Hallmark's degradation of quality programming and have started a petition to Hallmark to stop adding LGBTQIA+ content on their channel's lineup. Over on 1 Million Moms, no one takes 1 Million Moms seriously. 1 Million Moms, which doesn't include 1 million members, for the record. Please do not add LGBTQ movies to the Hallmark Channel lineup. Such content goes against conservative values. Yeah, conservatives don't like the fact that the world is diverse, we know. That are important to your primary audience. You will lose viewers if you cave to the LGBTQ agenda. Yes, the LGBTQ agenda of being recognized as people who exist in reality. How devious. Our family will change the channel and boycott Hallmark. Where are you going to go? I'd love to know. What channel are you going to go to that doesn't at this point be like, hey, you know, gay people exist and that's okay? I'd love to hear what channel you're going to flip to. The channel and Hallmark products as long as the network surrenders to the LGBTQ agenda and airs controversial topics. Being gay hasn't been controversial since, like, 2007. Like, what year do you think this is that in 2020 you think anyone gives a shit about gay marriage? It's been legal for 5 years everywhere in the country. The only people who care are weird evangelicals and ideologue shitbags. Like, you people are not the majority of the consumer base, so they don't care to cater to you. Sorry, welcome to capitalism. For years, Hallmark was set apart from other channels because it aired wholesome content. Unless Hallmark realizes the mistakes it has made by caving to the LGBTQ activist groups, my family will have no other choice than to boycott Hallmark. See you later. Bye, Felicia. We all know where this leads if Hallmark doesn't course correct. There's a gay wedding next. Well, lesbians are gay. They just have a different moniker, but lesbianism is a gay wedding still. And then the promotion of the transgender lifestyle. Okay, maybe. They could have some trans characters in a Lifetime movie. That'd be fine. I probably wouldn't watch it because I don't like Lifetime movies. But check bit messages. Did I miss one? Oh, sorry. My bad. Sorry, Highly and Derp. Let me go back and find yours. Highly and Derp with 100 bits. The first interracial wedding in the United States was between two women in Charleston, South Carolina, aka the city that the Civil War started in. That's fucking awesome. I didn't realize that. Sorry I missed your message. That's my bad. I didn't hear the notification. And then trans kids, gay kids. I mean, maybe there are trans and gay kids. And eventually promoting maps or pedophilia. No. No one in their right mind is promoting pedophilia. Everyone recognizes pedophilia is wrong except for pedophiles. We've talked about this on stream before. Comparing gay people and trans people to pedophiles is fucked. We don't have anything in common. Pedophiles are into children. Children who cannot consent by definition. Comparing consensual adults and people with a different gender identity as you to people who literally prey on children is fucking disgusting and a complete misunderstanding of what gay people, lesbians, bisexual people, or trans people go through, or who they are. For those of you unfamiliar with the situation, here's a report on the Next Web about it, and then he puts the same statistics he always has. Gays and lesbians are only 1.6% of the population. Not true. It's higher than that. On the low end, it's 1.6. But gays account for 67% of all HIV cases. That's because anal sex will increase your chances of HIV transmission. Gays have high rates of substance and drug abuse. Again, that ties into the fact that society, on the whole, still kind of treats gay and lesbian people like shit. Lesbians have high rates of alcohol and tobacco abuse. Same thing. Lesbians have double the rates of domestic abuse, probably because both people in the relationship feel that they aren't necessarily stronger than the other. Domestic abuse is always wrong, but, you know. Lesbians have higher rates of heart attacks. It probably has something to do with stress. Lesbians and bisexual women have higher rates of obesity, probably because they aren't worried their partner's gonna leave them if they gain 5 pounds. Lesbians and bisexual women have higher rates of breast cancer. That's interesting, but that's a correlation, not causation thing. You think that, like, eating, as Ben Shapiro would put it, do you think that eating the P word causes breast cancer? Gays statistically have far more sexual partners than heterosexuals. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Gays are 50% more likely to divorce than heterosexuals. Okay. And gays have higher than normal STD rates. Gays have higher than normal suicide rates. STD rates, again, might have something to do with male-on-male homosexual relationships. Some people might be less into using condoms because of the non-pregnancy scare thing, but also anal sex because it can lead to bodily fluid transmission into areas that, with a lot of friction, can thin and allow viruses or other things into the system easier than, you know, PIV sex. And the suicide rates thing, again, has to do with the fact that gay people and trans people get treated like shit by society. The culture war isn't even a war at this point. The left controls everything and they've taken over everything. Hey, round of applause for us, folks. Fuck yeah. We're nailing it. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, lesbian sex, I think, is the safest in terms of STD transmissions. Micro tears. Yep, that's the word. Last night you went through all the sources and literally most of them say the reasons for the stats are discrimination and homophobia. Yep. The culture war is over and anyone who valued Western culture has lost. Hey, if Western culture means people being forced in the closet and people who are, like, wanting interracial relationships, if that's not allowed in Western society, then fuck yeah, down with Western society. If that's how you define Western society, you have a very low opinion of Western society. So that's one angry gamer. Fuck that dude. He's an asshole. Another source was The Federalist. Of course it was. Let's do Tate speech. We're gonna do some Tate speech. Here's a video where he says, "I almost died," because he was in a car accident that I'm guessing he caused.
Right, I'm going to do a thank you Tate speech. Something I've never done before. I'm going to say thank you to lots of people in Romania who helped me. Yesterday, I nearly died. Genuinely, yesterday was the closest I ever came to death in my entire life. And I want you to understand that I am the best of the best. The only reason I am breathing is because I'm a fucking ice cold professional. Any of you watching this video, if you were in the same situation I was in, would be dead. I say with
Tate, you were in a car accident. From the thumbnail, it looked like you got hit on the side. It didn't even look like the driver's side, though I could be wrong. You're fine. Actually, it might have been the driver's side now that I think about it, because I think your driver's seat is on the opposite side, because I think you live in a place with opposite side roads. Your license plates look like they're UK license plates or European license plates, so that would make sense. But, like, cars these days, especially really expensive cars like the ones you drive, are really, really safe even in an accident. So, while I'm glad you didn't get hurt, believe it or not, I'm glad Tate didn't get hurt. I don't wish hurt on anyone. It wasn't because you're some superhuman. It's because the side panel on your car is strong.
With 1,000% confidence, I don't know any other motherfucker alive who could have done what I did yesterday.
Anything but inspect this temple of capitalism?
Xandris, thank you for raiding with a party of 3. Welcome to the stream. We're watching Tate speech and other chuds. Shady Shroomy with 25 bits. I died, but in the end I lived because I'm
There's
awesome.
nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I'm that good. So I'm driving. Now, it's hard to explain how Romanian roads work, but it's a dual carriageway going up a mountain. So when you're coming, there's 3 lanes on mountains. The lane coming down is 1 lane, but the lane coming up the mountains is always 2 lanes because the trucks go very slowly, they move to the side.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
So I'm going up the mountain. Coming down the mountain is gridlock traffic, gridlock. So I'm behind the truck, it breaks into 2 lanes, the truck goes to the slow lane, I come to the fast lane, I'm in the 911 Turbo 992, boom, I floor it, bang.
Oh, by the way, go check out Xandris, since Xandris just raided. I gotta remember to do that. Xandris, thank you for the raid. And check out Xandris' channel. I haven't checked out Xandris, but considering they raided me, they must have great taste. So check out Xandris.
There's nothing funny about the
PK the Lost with a bit. At least he's not self-absorbed. I mean, he's just so humble.
About 120 miles an hour going up the mountain. Some fucking idiot comes round the bend, coming directly at me head on, the other way. So he's in my lane. He's on my side of traffic because his traffic's gridlocked, and he's flooring his Ferrari 812 super fast, 150 miles an hour, heading at traffic in the wrong direction. So when we go around the corner and I see him, when the Ferrari first appeared, please, I say this without exaggeration, without bravado.
I don't think you've ever said anything without exaggeration and bravado, so I'm highly skeptical of what you're about to say.
Driving my car, I go around the corner, and the Ferrari is there. Right fucking there in front of me.
Maybe you shouldn't have also been going 120 miles per hour, and then the 150 miles per hour in the opposite direction wouldn't have been as hard of an impact because of how, relative speed works.
Bam! 812. Now, this is fucking...
Also, do you know he was going 150, or that's your estimate? Because it's really hard to estimate a car that's coming towards you, how fast it's going. Because it's going to depend upon, again, your speed in your direction, and you're going to have to, add that to the speed that they appear to be coming in your direction, and do some, subtraction of your speed from the speed that they appear to be going. Dude spanking dudes with a bit. Xandris is good. Just checked out their channel. They play video games, so check that out. Check Xandris out.
Death. Head on, 911 Turbo, 812 super fast, head on, bang, head on. There's no fucking surviving that. Even me, with all my supreme strength, would struggle to survive. This fucking guy...
I don't think your strength has anything to do with whether or not you can survive being hit by a car.
I was gonna kill us both. He's on my side of the road, 150 miles per hour at traffic. Fucking absolutely unbelievable. So when the Ferrari appears, let me tell you what amateurs do, because you're all amateurs. I'm a fucking professional.
Do you know what professional means? Do you drive professionally? If not, then you're not a professional.
Amateurs always do the same thing in cars. When something happens that they're unsure about or they don't like, they press the brake. Now, I can tell you this because when I drive the way I drive very fast, but I don't drive on the wrong fucking side of the road.
I'm glad you don't drive on the wrong side of the road, Tate, but if you're going 120 miles per hour up a curvy mountain pass, you're still making mistakes. Hey, if you're on, the Autobahn, and it's, a straight shot, and you have, a car that can go really fast, and you know how to control that car at fast speeds, more power to you. Fuck yeah, I totally get that if you're a car person. I'm not, but if that's what you're into, that's great. Go have a good time. But, 120 miles per hour up a curvy mountainside road sounds incredibly stupid, right side of the road or not.
When I drive very fast and I'm zipping in and out of cars, let's say there's a person in the car and they see me behind in the rear view zipping in and out very quickly, they start to panic because they see a Lambo coming up out of nowhere and they press the brake.
I also don't know what the speed limit's in the place he's in at. Was he speeding, or is he just being a jackass within the bounds of the law?
Even though there's nothing in front of him. Because somebody's coming up behind them really quickly, they just press the brake. People press the brake. That's what they do.
Maybe don't drive irresponsibly around people, Tate. I'm kind of doubting that the accident wasn't at least partially your fault too now, considering how you're describing this.
In this scenario, if I would have touched the brake,
Romania. Did he say Romania? Let's look at Romanian speed laws. Romanian speed limits. Let's take a look. Speed limits, Romania. Town and city, 50 kilometers per mile. Open roads, 90 kilometers per mile. So he said that he was going 120 miles per hour. Motorways are 120 kilometers, but he said miles, not kilometers. 120 miles per hour, 2 kilometers. So he's going kilometers per hour, 120, 193. So he's going over 70 kilometers above the speed limit. He's going 70 kilometers per hour above the speed limit. And he's like, this guy was an idiot. No, you're both idiots. Stop, Tate. You're gonna fucking die, you idiot.
It's over. There's no time. You cannot brake. The Ferrari is, without exaggeration, I could see the man's face. The Ferrari was so fucking close. The Ferrari is there. There's no time to brake. Brake what? So I'm driving, Ferrari appears, and I'll give you, this is real world. I'm driving, Ferrari, in fact, it was a left-hand turn. Driving, left-hand turn, Ferrari appears, and I fucking hard, bang, full right lock the Porsche 911 and lose control of the car. This is why I'm the best. I'm saying this without bravado. I mean this. What I did yesterday was fucking legendary. If I had a dash cam, it would be a billion.
So your car didn't even get hit. Your car didn't even get hit then. You fucking idiot. You almost got in an accident, which was almost certainly at least partially your fault, considering you're talking about weaving in and out of traffic, going 70 kilometers per hour above the speed limit. And you're like, this guy was an idiot. You were both idiots. You can both be wrong, Tate. You get that, right?
Million hits on YouTube. I'm having dash cam.
True, Chris DeWillow, it also could have never happened. It also could just be something he's making up. I don't take Tate for the most honest fella on YouTube.
Cams installed in every car tomorrow. I fucking full lock the Porsche right, lose control of the Porsche. As I'm fighting to regain control of the Porsche, I'm heading for the concrete barrier. While I'm fighting to regain control of the Porsche, I glance at my rear view and I see him, he's lost control of the Ferrari. This is the difference. I regained control of my car without hitting anything.
You were going slower than him also, Tate.
Regained control of my car without hitting anything. He slid off into a truck. Now, that's not the end of the fucking story, because I was furious. This motherfucker almost killed me. And this is a thank you to Romania, because my network and connections in Romania are unrivaled. I put the following videos on Instagram and offered a 5,000 euro cash reward. And within a few hours, we had located this idiot. We had found him and we'd found his car.
Oh god, Tate, this is fucking creepy. If you think this dude broke the law, which if he's speeding as much as he was, then yeah, then contact the police. Don't fucking find him. Oh, I guess you can't contact the police because they probably give you a ticket too for speeding as well, you fucking moron.
This shows that money talks. We found him, we found his car, and I left a note on his car telling him he's a stupid bitch. And if he continues to drive that way, he's...
Imagine having such a big ego that you feel the need to spend 5,000 euros to write an angry note to someone. Think about what an idiot you have to be for that to be a reasonable response to literally anything.
He's going to regret it. Because if I see any more stories, I'm taking it personal, about this guy risking the lives of fucking families and children.
Tate, you just said you were also speeding a ridiculous amount and weaving in and out of traffic. You're also an idiot.
Driving head on into traffic. I'll fucking deal with him myself. I'm a fucking professional. If there was anyone else in my position, that person would have died. My only regret is that this guy doesn't hit a fucking tree. I want him to hit a tree and be gone. The guy is fucking dangerous. Unreal. Unreal levels of stupidity. Because there's money, yes, you can have money, but you still must have a brain.
Clearly not. You're still here.
And people like this are a fucking liability. He could kill, you listen, kill me. That would be devastating. Kill a fucking family or some children. If there was a woman driving, unbelievable. Unbelievable, the levels of stupidity some people operate at. But this is a thank you to all of Romania because we found him. He's been notified of the fact he's a stupid bitch. We've confirmed he crashed his car when I didn't because I'm fucking professional and he's a little punk. And on top of it all, now he is marked for death. Steven Seagal, marked for death. Any more stories about this guy driving like a fucking cunt, I'm dealing with him personally. He attempted to kill me.
Wait, did you just threaten a guy's life? Because I'm pretty sure that's illegal. You can't just be like, I'm gonna murder you on the internet. What? You can't do that. I swear to God, if we end up in the next 5 years, like Tate's been arrested for some crazy murder, we'll cover the fuck out of it on this channel. I'm calling it now. That dude is going to... You're right. You know what? That is a death threat. Let's report that.
Out of the fact he's a stupid bitch. We've confirmed he crashed his car.
Let's find the part where
for death. He's a little punk. And on top of he crashed his car when I didn't because I'm fucking professional and he's a little punk. And on
let's see. Report.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Violent content? Would that be it? No. Physical attack, adults fighting? No. Hateful or abusive content? Promotes hatred or violence?
There's nothing funny about the tools of
Dude spanking dudes with a bit. Save the video for evidence. And Dr. Gamble with 30 bits. Tate, the face of toxic masculinity. That's the easiest report I think I've ever made. Threatens to kill a man. 5 minutes, 50 seconds. Here's a link to the video if you'd also like to report the death threat Tate just made. Threats of harming self or others. Oh, shit. Did I miss that? Hold on. Where's threats of harming self or others? Anyway, report that video. Wouldn't that be great if we could get Tate kicked off YouTube for one of his stupid, like big dick ego rants? Wouldn't that be nice? Anyway, that's enough of Tate speech for the day. Alright, let's do the Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro claims Kamala Harris is as radical as they come. Sure. Sure, Ben.
What do we learn from Kamala Harris's tenure? Well, we learned that she's incredibly manipulative, that she will use people to get ahead, and then she will ditch them at the first available opportunity. As we'll see, she did this to Joe Biden as well. And she will ditch him at first available opportunity as well, too.
I mean, that's kind of the state of politics. It's fucked up, but that's how it works.
We know that she is perfectly willing to use the auspices of government in order to achieve particular goals. She's willing to...
Isn't that the point of politics, is to use the levers of government to get certain things done? That's the entire point of governance, Ben. I know you're part of the right-wing group that thinks that your entire job, if you get into government, is to dismantle it. But no, actually, when you get into government office, you're supposed to use the tools of that office to get things done, things that will help your constituents. That's how government is supposed to work. I know the right has completely forgotten that in their goal to try and dismantle the entirety of the United States government in order to hand money over to private interest groups. But nope, that's actually not how it's supposed to work.
To be authoritarian in her use of government, and she has threatened to be incredibly authoritarian if ever she became president. During this last campaign, she repeatedly talked about how she was going to overthrow the boundaries of constitutional government.
I very much doubt she used those words. Can you be more specific, Ben?
Like all the time. She said openly that she would give Congress 100 days to act on guns. And then, if Congress did not act on guns, then she would immediately use executive action to act on guns.
Right. Every president has used executive orders, especially Trump. Trump has done a ton. Obama did a ton. Bush did a ton. I agree that executive orders are something that should be reined in, but at the end of the day, the fact is they haven't been by either party, so it's something that the president can and has done, right? So,
So this is her open...
Like, literally, Trump just used one to ban TikTok. Like, you can... The president has a lot of leeway in weird shit, and I agree. Presidential powers have gotten out of control in the past 20, 30, 40 years, whatever. But it doesn't change the fact that it's pretty clear that the rules in place don't find this unconstitutional. So, if you want to do something, you need to have the legislature, like, draft new laws or take it to court and have the judiciary sort of outline more specifically what executive orders can be about.
Openly threatening to violate the Constitution. If Congress doesn't do... There is no clause in the Constitution, by the way.
Did he actually implement it? Yeah, he signed an executive order that basically said the parent company of TikTok, within like 30 days or something, they can't operate on U.S. soil or they can't do business with people in the United States. So I don't know what that's going to take. It's entirely possible that TikTok is going to find some other way to get their funding work and have it still work in the United States, but it's a pretty big blow to them either way. And Trump has signed a bunch of other executive orders as well, so including stuff like banning, trans people from the military. So
if Congress doesn't do what the president wants, the executive branch shall have the powers to simply declare the law.
Yeah. Yep. Welcome to 2020, Ben. If you'd like to change that, vote for people who will change that.
There's nothing in the Constitution like that. But as we'll see, Kamala Harris does not give two good damns about the Constitution.
Actually, Ben, did you know that the Constitution isn't the end-all be-all of law in the United States and the Supreme Court can make rulings? Right? And the Constitution says that Congress can give powers to people via legislation. The executive order powers have been given to the president by Congress, so until such a time that Congress takes those powers away, which they can, and which I think would honestly be probably a good thing, it is legal. Ben, the Constitution didn't just stop in 1789, right? Things have changed in it and our interpretations of it. Thank you to Captain Von Dingle for following.
Because that's who she is. Here is Kamala Harris in open debate saying that she'd give Congress 100 days to act on guns, then she'd just do it herself.
Upon being elected, I will give the United States Congress 100 days to get their act together and have the courage to pass reasonable gun safety laws. And if they fail to do it, then I will take executive action. And specifically what I will do is put in place a requirement that for anyone who sells more than 5 guns a year, they are required to do background checks when they sell those guns.
None of that's unreasonable. You can talk all day about how you feel about executive orders, and I'm probably even going to agree with Ben on a lot of these. But, like, the order itself, considering executive orders have been found to be constitutional, and they have pretty broad powers, that's not crazy. That's not that crazy of an executive order. Oh no, if you sell guns, you have to do background checks? Yes, good, please. Why is that not already a thing that's required?
Amazing. Amazing. So she's just going to do it herself. And then, when she was asked about this in open debate, right, Joe Biden was like, that's unconstitutional, Kamala. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can't just do as president of the United States.
So what are you worried about, Ben? She's not president. She's vice president. Biden is running for president. She's running for vice president. So what's your issue?
And Kamala Harris is like, well, yes, we can. Ah! Hyena-like Joker laugh. Okay, so, by the way, like, I guess it's good that she was cast as VP, because otherwise she would have been the heir apparent for the Joker part. Right? Jared Leto was out already. So in the next Suicide Squad, it would have been Kamala Harris laughing with that crazy Cesar Romero kind of giggle. Okay, here she was, trying to explain to Joe Biden that the Constitution is hackneyed and no longer matters. And Joe Biden standing there, but I remember the Constitution. I was there when they wrote it. I've been ignoring it for a year. And then he fell asleep. Here, this was from a Democratic debate.
You can't do it by executive order any more than Trump can do things when he says he can do it by executive order. Does the vice president have a point there?
Some things you can. Many things you can't.
Let's let the senator answer.
Well, I mean, I would just say, hey, Joe, instead of saying no, we can't, let's say yes, we can.
Let's be constitutional. We got a constitution.
And yes, we can.
I think that's my favorite Ben Shapiro clip of all time. Let's do that again, shall we?
Constitutional.
Like, she's just laughing like a normal human being. I don't get what he's, like, making fun of here. She's just laughing like a normal person, like, ah, ha, 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 ha. And then he does this.
Yes, we can.
You know what? Fuck it. Ben Shapiro for the Joker in the DCEU. I'll watch that shit. Please. Ben Shapiro. Batman, let me tell you about my wife's dry P-word.
Yeah, you looking forward to a lot of that? Looking forward to a lot of that? Get ready. You got a lot of that. That crazy laugh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good stuff happening there. So she's an authoritarian who can laugh crazily. So that's exciting stuff. By the way, she also supports packing the Supreme Court. So that's good.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Shady Shroom with 15 bits. All of Ben Shapiro's laughs are Joker laughs. We do need that Shapiro face for an emote. That would be good. Hold on. Which one?
Yeah, you looking forward to a lot of that?
That one, or when he's laughing? Let me know. I'll get a screenshot so we can, like, turn an emote into whatever the thing is. The heavy sigh after the laugh.
Yeah,
like right there? Is that good? What do you guys think? Okay. Print screen this and save it. Oh, well, no, we got it. I'm gonna have to probably download the video, and then I'll get a screenshot and we can do it. Or Baja Blast. I don't know if you're playing Skyrim. If you're playing Skyrim, don't worry about it. I'll deal with it later. But if not, maybe grab that video and try and get an image of him. I'm just downloading with my YouTube downloader thing. Oh god, do I have... No, okay, it's cool. Okay. So that's downloading.
Yeah, you looking forward to a lot of that? Looking forward to a lot of that? Get ready. You got a lot of that. That crazy laugh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good stuff happening there. So she's an authoritarian who can laugh crazily. So that's exciting.
That's not really that authoritarian. Like, this is pretty par for the course in terms of president's use of executive orders. And I'd agree with you, Ben, that, hey, the executive order usage is, like, too high and too broad. But then Congress needs to pass something. Or the Supreme Court needs to rule on something in order to say, hey, no, this needs to be reined in. Here are the specific small circumstances where you can use this.
By the way, she also supports packing the Supreme Court.
The video froze. Hold on. It's a good time to freeze. Look at that. That's great.
So that's good.
Hold on. Let me fix the window capture.
Definitely somebody who is a pragmatic moderate, according to the New York Times.
She is. She's mostly moderate. Although, again, I'll give her credit. She voted with Bernie Sanders like 93% of the time in Congress. So do take that into account. But yeah, I don't agree with all of her past actions, but like, she's fine. She's fine. I'm voting for Biden either way.
Harris told Politico, quote, "We are on the verge of a crisis of confidence in the Supreme Court. We have to take this challenge head on."
Yeah, we need to put more judges on the Supreme Court. I think that would be good in general for everyone.
Everything is on the table to do that. So she joined with Beto and Kirsten Gillibrand and Elizabeth Warren, saying that she might...
I think there's 9 now. Upping that to like 12 would probably be a good call.
...consider packing at the courts. She's definitely a moderate, guys.
Thank you to Rant the Fool for following. Yeah, part of that has to do with the fact that basically Congress, the Senate stole a Supreme Court justice from Obama. So if you're going to do that shit, of course that you're going to take action to balance the court back out. Like, if you want to play dirty, gonna play fucking dirty. Like, are you serious? You want the left to, oh, let's just be civil and do things by the books. Meanwhile, the Senate chooses not to do a hearing on Obama's nomination to the court for an entire year. Fuck that shit. You don't get to play dirty and then expect the other side to play clean, right? That's not how shit works. Grow up.
Definitely a moderate. Did you know that every like on this video creates one additional leftist tier? Don't ask me why. That's called science. To take advantage of this amazing opportunity, hit the like button.
Ben Shapiro for Joker. Ben Shapiro for Joker. That's great. That's hilarious. Oh boy. What else we got? MGTOW is the cheat code to life. Let's watch this one. I think this is the guy that every sentence sounds like he's inflecting with a question. So, oops, I didn't
Hi
mean to play.
everyone, Sane Man here. This video is brought to you by a more than generous donation from Nathan. And this is the third video in a series of videos that I'm putting together for him. He knows who he is. So this topic comes from a Reddit post called Applying MGTOW Principles.
Does this guy talk this way in everyday life, or is this just his, like, YouTube radio voice? I've never heard someone in communications talk like this. Like, everything is a question? Like, hey guys, what if we just stopped talking about women all the time? Or MGTOW? But actually, let's talk about how we think all women are sluts? Like, everything's a question. Make a statement without it sounding like you're confused by your own words.
This is like a cheat code to life, unquote. This topic resonated with me when I spoke to someone in one of my most recent Skype talks, and we discussed how he was doing really well in life. But the problem was that even though he had a minimalist life, and he was going his own way in a Western country, it was difficult for him to get ahead. Because financially, even with the great income, the cost of living was pretty much rigging the game. Even if you're a MGTOW. When you go your own way and you're not up to your eyeballs in debt, you have money. Because you're not throwing it at the honeys.
I mean, that's not necessarily the case, because if you're in a relationship with someone and you're living together, you might be in a situation where you're both paying half the bills, right? Whether it be a mortgage or a rent payment or electric or water or whatever. So then you can both have more money because each of you is only paying for half of the living situation. I don't understand how do these guys think every single relationship works like 1950s where there's like a housewife and then the man comes home and, you know, buys everything? That's not really how life works.
But as I've told some friends before, we have enough money saved up to live like kings for a few years or a handful of years. And then we're done. The game is rigged. MGTOW is...
The game is rigged? Are you asking me or are you telling me?
It's a cheat code for that rigged life, but it also takes you halfway across the river before that scorpion on your back called time and circumstance makes you shed your mortal coil. So he was looking for an answer on how to get ahead, and I gave him some decent suggestions based on his circumstances. He knew I wasn't going to be able to give him a silver bullet answer, so he could slay the werewolf monster that was ruining his life. But his situation shows me that most of us guys that have been going our own way for a while now and saved up some assets, not enough to be free, are dealing with. We're halfway there. I'll discuss this and more in just a moment. But let me first tell everyone about today's sponsor, the Brave Browser.
Oh,
Zuck
God.
the cuck drinks water like a duck, but he also drinks your data. So tell him and Google to shove your data up their schwing-schwangs by downloading the
Oh, this ad is real cringe.
Brave Browser.
This should be on the Captain Cringe show.
It's free, blocks online advertising, and protects your privacy and data from evil tech companies. And he says he has to say about that video. First, I'll read what the message on that cheat code MGTOW Reddit says, and then I'll add some of my own cheat codes to life that go beyond MGTOW. Here's what Crit You All Day has to say about how MGTOW affects men, and I quote, "But all that referring to MGTOW goes against the general programming of those who seek to control and enslave you. The giant corporations that truly own us teach us to conform to their ideals of continuing as a cog in the infernal machine. A mindless worker is a happy worker," which is a quote from Futurama. Rockefeller wanted workers instead of thinkers. Retire at 65? Preposterous. Peons hate driving, but they need a new car to get to work. They hate their jobs, but they must make those car payments. For some, it's the endless cycle of sleep, work, pay ridiculous rent, work, sleep. Most of your day does not belong to you. The elites in every society brainwash the majority in order to control them easily. However, there's hope.
These are problems with capitalism. Your problem isn't women, it's capitalism. What are you talking about?
More slaves will wake up to the painful truth eventually. You will see the world through a different lens, and there is no going back. Aldous Huxley also once said that people will come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capabilities to think. Unquote. So with that out of the way, even if you wake up to how women control your life, you've got to find clever ways to fight for your freedom.
Women aren't controlling your life, capitalists are. What are you talking about?
Do you really not think that the elites are also cooking up clever ways to control us, knowing that many of us don't actually have families and kids? The only reason that the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s were so prosperous was because they probably worried about their populations falling to communism.
What?
Plus, most men were married, so their wives controlled them by proxy.
What? Do you think that all women are in this secret cabal in order to propagate capitalism to the masses? Women, aka the elites. Yes, that's why women get paid less than men. You're right. The elites.
So they didn't have to push as much propaganda except the occasional sports match. Not to mention that in the West, factories were still intact while the rest of the world they weren't, which meant tons of prosperity until the rest of the world finally caught up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The elites in the middle of the 20th century controlled their population of well-trained killers that came back from WW2 by giving them a wife, a job, kids, peace, and a white picket fence.
They didn't give them a wife. Those people were in relationships with people consensually, and we can talk about, like, sort of the social system at the time that had people get married young, probably before they really knew who they wanted to be with, and I think that's the result of why so much boomer humor is like, I hate my wife, haha, because they were like socially goaded into getting into relationships too young and getting married very young and didn't find that divorce was something that was socially acceptable. But like, what does this have to do with the fact that you think that women are secretly part of some cabal in order to force you into a marriage that makes you unhappy? No. If you don't want to be married, don't be married. No one can make you. It's fine.
Well, what do you do if you've gone your own way? You're in your 30s, early 40s, and you have $100,000 to $200,000 saved up in a city where the average house is $1 million, or a one-bedroom apartment is $500,000. You got a good job, and most of your income is being sucked up by taxes, rent, your car, and food.
Taxes, rent, your car, and food. The rent thing, you're going to have to talk to landlords about that one. Fuck landlords. Taxes are necessary to make society run. What you should be mad at is people at the top echelon of income makers who aren't paying their taxes. Not the fact that you have to be shouldering the burden because that they have fucked up the system so much that they don't have to pay their fair share. That's what you should be mad at. Rent, again, I already said that that's a landlord issue. Your car, you need more public transit then. That's a left-leaning policy position. And food, well, you need food to live. I don't know what to tell you about that one. Unless you can figure out how to make breatharianism work. Dude Spanking Dude says, I'm confused by MGTOW TTWW. What are you confused by?
How do you get ahead in a scenario like this, even while making $80,000 to $90,000 a year? The only way to beat the system is to cheat by going your own way. But again, that only takes you halfway.
That's not cheating. If you want to be on your own, be on your own. No one can make you get into a relationship, and no one is forcing you to. That's what I don't get about these MGTOW guys. And it's so annoying, because in every video they're like, we're going our own way, and everyone goes like, okay, great. And they go, really, we're gonna do it. We're gonna stop talking about women and not be with them. And it's like, all right, the door's right there. Go for it. And they go, really, we're gonna do it. And they never actually go their own way. They spend all their time talking about how much they hate women, and they never leave. Like, no one's forcing you into a monogamous, heteronormative relationship with a woman. No one cares. Do what you want to do.
I spoke to a friend of mine recently that says he's going to wait until the real estate prices crash, and only then is he going to give himself permission to live. But from my perspective, the holy grail is portable income in a Western country but living in an Eastern country. Working remotely keeps you safe from the mob in poorer countries, but you still have citizenship in a Western country, with universal health care, which to be honest seems to only work for me about 30% of the time. I've recently had to accept that after taking psychological tests, that I'm what is referred to as a highly sensitive person. And I'm trying to get away from North America because there's a constant looming threat of civil war starting in the background of my head.
Oh boy. Like, look, I get it. Things are a real high tension point in the United States. I don't think we're going to have a second civil war. If we did, it would be very quick and go very badly for whoever wasn't in charge of the military at the time.
I need to keep my toes dipped in both places. Bank accounts and homes in both. I used to buy into this idea of having a few paid-off small houses in an area and living in one place. But Corona and civil unrest and chaos has frazzled me enough to give me IBS.
I was gonna be a landlord until I got IBS. Haven't heard that one before, but alright.
But let me get back to what a guy's supposed to do to cheat once he realizes that he's a consumer slave and a slave to women, and frees himself from those things and frees up some cash. He might realize that at that point he needs to work...
Furia Furno with 2 bits. Do you think it's possible to be a good landlord? I was thinking about saving up money and refurbishing some house in a poorer side of town, which is also where a lot of people of color live. I really just want to make a living wage and give people good housing, but sometimes I feel the entire concept of renting is just bad. That's a good question. It's complicated. I don't know. Personally, I think it's probably possible as long as you're not completely fucking gouging people, and you're reasonable. Because some people don't necessarily want to own a home. Some people really don't. They want to be able to get up and move whenever they want. They don't want to have to deal with home repairs. They just want to pay money for someone to let them live on their property. And that's fine. I don't care. But, like, as long as you're not price gouging people, as long as if any issues come with the house, you fix them promptly, as long as you're, like, a good, like, how do I put this? As long as you are kind and understanding, and if they, like, miss a couple payments or whatever, you're like, hey, I get it, shit's hard, sure. That's my position, though. A lot of people have different feelings on, like, the efficacy and the morality of being a landlord in and of itself, regardless of how you treat your tenants. So that's something you're going to have to figure out for yourself, you know?
Work another 20 or 30 years for freedom. And while his life won't be drama-free, it feels like a waste. At this point, a man needs to really start going his own way from the system in a creative way that others haven't really thought of before. Most guys typically get stuck on this idea of living in a van or a tiny house, but they aren't thinking about how they're going to make an income and pay for such a lifestyle. The van life with repairs and gas still costs as much as rent, but they still need that income. But now they have to live in Walmart parking lots and dodge cops. You gotta think outside the box. I knew a guy that once bought a garage and converted it into a studio, and changed the zoning bylaws to bring electricity and plumbing into it. He had to fight his neighbors to gain the right to do that. How many of us would actually be patient enough to do this? The only reason I found my cheat code and am actually going for it is because I have enough cash saved up at a minimum investment return to pay for my living, which is my backup plan, and it works. My income is portable, I have dual citizenship, can speak a couple of languages, and don't have a wife or a girlfriend that would not let me live in a travel trailer in a fifth wheel surrounded by senior citizens. But the way I see things, we've all got to take advantage of the loopholes that senior citizens use to their advantage. They make up the majority of the voting bloc, so if they do what they do, the government won't be punishing them. They tend to be on fixed incomes, and governments don't want to piss them off. As for how to become truly free in your life, you need to find the lowest possible cost for rent and all the other things that go along with your lifestyle. With Corona, I'm sure there'll be tons of empty commercial properties, like old warehouses where rents will collapse. Toronto used to have such spaces, but they're mostly gone these days. I always used to dream of buying or renting a big garage and parking a trailer right in the middle of it, putting down some AstroTurf, and I could stay there summer and winter, even if the building didn't have any heat. I could still run electricity and hot water plumbing to the trailer inside, if I did it carefully enough. To become truly free, you also need portable income regardless of if it's passive or if you work for most of it online like I do. If you have that, then you can become an expat and live someplace nicer, warmer, and cheaper. I see myself as being very lucky to have the privilege of making a living off of trying to unbrainwash myself and as many men as possible.
Unbrainwash by telling them that a secret cabal of women are forcing them into relationships and propagating capitalism. Yeah, that sounds like unbrainwashing.
Gotten used to it as an everyday thing. But sometimes I step back from it and my accomplishments make me happy. Even though I know I can't fully appreciate it while I'm in it, I know that many of you do actually value what I do. Going my own way content does not only warn me about the dangers of female nature, but it also warns me of the dangers of
dangers of female nature. Please elaborate.
Slavery and corporate control on a daily basis, because women are the agents of that control. The craziest part about my soon-to-be-found freedom by cheating the so-called system is that it was there for many years looking me right in the face. At least 4 or 5 years now, and I didn't even see it. Most guys out there have some skill that they can use online or have some sort of angle that other guys don't, that they can use to cheat their way to the next stage in life after they use red pill philosophy to cheat their way out of a relationship or marriage. Now they just have to find a way to cheat their way into an early retirement or a way to make money remotely so they can cut down their living expenses by living someplace cheap and cool. It's the same advice I give guys about when they want to start a YouTube channel or online business. You won't get the perfect solution on your first attempt. So if you're planning to create passive online income and it doesn't work, then keep trying. The quest for personal freedom from thoughts and—
There's no such thing as passive online income. I've made my money and bought my house through doing online content. If you don't know, most of you probably do, but I do have some followers on here who don't necessarily know. Hold on. Hannah and Jake. Jake, actual Jake here on Twitch, and I have had a YouTube channel for about a decade, right? We've been doing stuff and been popular for about 6 years, because that's when we started doing our movie reviews, and that's when our channel really started to take off. But we also, of course, have, like, the Atheist Bible Study and stuff, right? So, we've been doing this for quite a while. And we've had, I don't even know how many videos over time. You know, we must have over 1,000 at this point, you know? There's no such thing as passive online income. You have to constantly be making content, whether it's on YouTube or whether it's here on Twitch, where I stream like 4 hours a day, 3 or 4 hours a day, almost every day, right? So, you can't make passive online income. Even if you're doing something online where you're just running a website, you presumably put time into whatever you developed on that website, right?
And corporate banking system control requires many steps, and it's not easy. Every guy has to look at his own comfort zone, assets, abilities, and personality to figure it out for himself. It's not a—
And of course, yeah, in the chat, there's a link to my individual YouTube channel, so check that out.
One-size-fits—
where I post all these streams, and I cut them up into highlights, and those are all into individual playlists, so check it out.
It's all solution. Just like the guys that ask me about how to self-actualize, I tell them that it's a personal thing that requires a voyage of self-discovery. How you'll know what your cheat code is for your financial life beyond MGTOW is when it seems way too simple to do, and you start feeling anxious because you're not taking that course of action. Your subconscious is harassing you to take action because it doesn't want you to suffer anymore. It knows the plan is solid, and so do you, but you, the conscious you, wants to keep suffering where you are because it's sometimes more painful to free yourself from your corporate cage. When I finally found my cheat code, I felt super anxious because I knew the answer, but wasn't taking steps to get there. So when I finally started my plan and got the ball rolling, that's when the anxiety disappeared. Just be aware that when you find the solution, you might actually feel worse than if you had never found it at all. At that point, you'll have no excuse but to cheat the system, because if you don't, if you're anything like myself, you'll feel horrible about yourself. After all, you spend many years to find your way to freedom, and then when you found a way out of your prison, it's like you're Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption, deciding not to try and break out of prison. So if you've been following MGTOW philosophy for a while, you've deprived women of financial freedom and freed yourself from their slavery. Now you need to deprive your corporate and banking overlords.
Again, the implication that women are somehow servants of capitalism more so than men, propagate it, but are not also its victims. So strange. Most women have jobs. What are you talking about? So weird. Sorry, I'm just adjusting this a bit so you can... I'm a little bit bigger on the screen. Oh, God. Come on. Just need to do... There we go. Okay. Better. I think.
of their pound of flesh too. For many guys, going their own way is very difficult, and they tend to have purple pill relapses. But to be honest with everyone, finding a way to red pill yourself so you can cheat the entire
Golden
system
Ching
isn't even a
Chomp.
bigger
Welcome
feat.
to the stream.
It
Thank you for
requires
following.
luck, risk, hard work, and the willingness to step outside your comfort zone. But most importantly, being creative. Because most of the ways to escape have already been anticipated by the system, or by other people that have already beat you to the punch. Wish me luck, guys, in the next few months, as I start the next phase of my life. And the best part is that within 3 years, if everything goes smoothly, I can start the next phase of MGTOW with my virtual sex system. If that works, then the sky's the limit. Anyways, that's it for today. Thanks again to Nathan for the donation.
His
and I
voice
hope you
is
enjoyed
just
my
the
rambling
worst.
topic. Don't forget to smash the like button the way that both babes and banksters smash you up your schwing for life, and you need to find a way out. Bang the bell and check out the mystery link. Follow me on BitChute, Twitter, and Facebook to get tomorrow's video today.
Oh, BitChute.
Subscribe to me on Minds and Gap to get the video for the day after tomorrow. This channel's been demonetized. So if you want to get back at corporate censors, demonetize
corporate
them by taking away their
censors,
ad dollars by
aka
installing the Brave
YouTube,
browser.
who doesn't
Link
want
is
me to
down
spout
below.
absolute
It also helps me
horseshit
out
at
and you get
people.
cryptocurrency for viewing ads as well. You can also help me out through Subscribestar. Thanks for taking your daily dose of red pills, and remember, a red pill a day keeps the escape plans that have no chance of getting off the ground away. So enjoy the rest of your day, and cheers. Hi everyone, Sandman here.
Ridiculous. Okay, let's see. Could do Red Pill God. This is the guy I did that debate with like a week or so ago. I just wanted to check in and see what he was up to. I'd imagine he's back to his... You know, it seemed at the time we came to a little bit of an understanding, like he was being a little bit more reasonable. He was open to, like, you know, new understandings of things like trans issues and stuff, but I'd imagine the second he stopped being on stream with me, because he seemed pretty, how do I put this, afraid at having someone outright question what he's saying live. But it seems that when he gets back to on his own, I'd imagine he's probably sort of back to his old stuff without a second thought. Sorry, I'm just trying to rearrange stuff. I don't know why it's bugging me right now. Just trying to get stuff to look a little bit better. Is that okay? How's that? You think that's fine? Anyway, so these are some of his videos. Like I said, the thumbnails all include him with like some woman now, which is hilarious. Hypergamy is in a woman's nature. No. These are all like 2-minute videos too. That's kind of low effort, but hey. At least they're quick to go through. So let's go through some of these, okay? Hypergamy. Hypergamy is the belief that a lot of MGTOW red pill type people have that effectively says that women are secretly sleeping with tons of men. Of course, there's absolutely no evidence for this. It's just something they believe because they spent too much time on incel forums where they're talking about, like, ladies getting with tons of chads. It's very strange.
Women are hypergamous, you know? Women search for a man who can provide. Alpha male traits are usually status, money, and just having a general sense of dominance are usually traits of alpha men. Now, in today's...
Again, this idea of alpha man, alpha and beta men, is ridiculous. It's entirely based upon this idea that came about due to a debunked study about wolf packs. It wasn't even about people, it was about wolves, and even then, that study has been debunked since then. So it's based on old debunked science, and even if it wasn't debunked, it would be misusing it by applying it to humans.
Today's society, things could be a little bit different. But genetically, mentally, women are hardwired to be attracted to a man who has dominance.
What? How many? Wait, was that like 3 jump cuts in a second? Let's look at that.
Are usually traits of alpha men. Now, in today's society, things could be a little bit different. But genetically,
One,
There's nothing funny about
mentally,
two,
women are
three.
hardwired.
That was 3 jump cuts in the span of like 4 seconds, if that. Furiaferna, lobsters with a bit. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Wait, what Streamlabs? Why? Wait, what is Streamlabs doing? Is it fine? Something wrong? I don't know.
To be attracted to a man who has dominance. And in this society, men who have
Oh, is
money
the YouTube
have
command
all
not
of
working now? That's weird. Let me try. YouTube. Weird. I wonder why Streamlabs isn't working. At least in terms of commands. Very strange.
dominance. They have power. Money is power in our society. Money is power in the Western world. Status and influence is power in the Western world. Women interpret this as being alpha. Most alphas seek for status and money. Being alpha.
I think most people, men or women, want some sort of status or want money. At least enough money to support themselves, if not have a nice lifestyle. This has nothing to do with alpha or beta. This is almost like horoscopes for red pill dudes. Like, oh, if you're an alpha, you would like respect and money. Oh, you mean like every human being? Welcome to planet Earth. Hold on, I got a long text I gotta read.
And having status and money can go hand in hand, because that's what most alphas work towards. That's the end goal, because they seek to have more influence. Women are drawn to this. That's why it's important to not only stay on your purpose for yourself, but if you want to attract women to just come to you, just spam your inbox, then you must stay on your purpose to become the 1% of men. Most people won't reach 1%.
There's no such thing as this like 1% of men that sleep with most women. This is a complete fantasy, again made up by red pill weirdos.
But you can at least become the top 20%, or shoot, even the top 30%. That works out just fine. No matter what a guy looks like, you as well as I know that majority of women will still fuck with a dude just because he's a celebrity, just because he's popping or he has clout. Money makes an ugly dude extremely attractive to a woman.
No, it doesn't. Not general women. I'm sure there are some people who are women or men who want people who have a bunch of money. They're called gold diggers. They exist both in men and women, but that doesn't mean that that's the general consensus amongst most women. Like Donald Trump, even though I don't necessarily believe he's actually a billionaire, he at least is a multi-millionaire. He's disgusting though, right? If you're disgusting, inside and out, money will not help you except for really shitty people who want to take advantage of you for your money. The majority of people aren't going to put up with that shit. I don't know why these people believe that. Maybe it's because they hope deep down that they can get money and that'll make them attractive to people, despite the fact that they're really shitty and have these horrible personalities, right? Like, instead of changing who they are, they're like, well, I just have to be successful and make money. Then I'll be fine. No! Be a decent human being. Stop treating women like shit. You don't have to make a bunch of money. God.
No rich guy who knows this is slacking in the woman department.
That's the end of the video? God, this guy's bad. Let's do like one more by him and then we'll move on. Why women no longer cook and clean. I think most adults should know how to clean their house and at least how to cook some basic things, right? Like, even I, who never cook, know how to make, like, burgers and tacos and pasta, you know, basic shit. Most people know how to do some basic shit. He hasn't uploaded anything since your debate? He has. These are all newer. These are all things since he debated with me. He put out a fuckload of 2-minute videos.
You know why a lot of women in today's society don't know how to cook, don't clean, messy, nasty?
Do you have any source on the fact that you think that most women these days don't cook or clean? Right? Do you have a source on that, or is that something you're just saying because you don't like women and you want to disparage them?
I don't have bad hygiene. You know why that is? Because they...
On what are you basing the fact that you think women have bad hygiene?
They feel entitled. They understand no matter how bad they are, no matter how ridiculous they are, men will still come running just because that they're female. Men don't even request anything from a woman anymore. Men don't even request women to look good anymore. They just request them to be a woman. And
oh no, people want to be with people because of who they are and not because of what they can provide to them, like they're your fucking mom? What a shock.
They get all of
These are good things, right? If your interest in a woman is that she can cook and clean for you, then you are not an adult. You're a fucking child. Learn to take care of yourself and look for a partner that you want to be with because of the person they are, not because you don't know how to make your fucking bed and cook some eggs in the morning. You goddamn child. Are you kidding me? Man, women these days, they don't want to be my mom, right? What's up with that? Because people don't want to take care of you like they're your fucking parent. Take care of yourself. Jesus Christ.
Attention. You know how many ugly hoes got OnlyFans pages? You know how many nasty, out of shape, ugly.
Do you know how many dumb fucks have YouTube channels?
But ugly women on OnlyFans, top 1, top 2%. You know how many of ugly ass women make it? Too many. That's how many. Too many. Too fucking many. Right? These women, they don't know how to cook. They don't know how to clean. They don't.
Do you know how to cook or clean? Because you should. Because you're an adult, right? And most women who are adults also know how to do at least a little bit of cooking for themselves and how to clean their house.
Don't know how to take care of the household. They don't know how to raise children anymore because they're too entitled and they feel like they don't have to. And they're absolutely correct. It's a lot of men who's choosing these women, a lot of men who's getting with these women who don't know how to do any of these things.
Source. None of this has sources. I hate this guy so much. He just says stuff. He has feelings. And because he has these feelings and he's a man, he thinks that his feelings are automatically facts that he doesn't have to back up. And it's so annoying. Our debate that we did was the same. He'd make a claim, a crazy claim, and then I'd be like, okay, can you source me on that? On what are you basing the fact that you believe that? And he'd be like, let me go look this up. And I'd be like, whoa. It's one thing to say, you know, you read this somewhere and you know it because, you know, this, and that real life, like, statistics, but that's not what he was doing. He'd be like, well, I don't know, let me go find a source. Like, no, that's not how things work. You shouldn't form an opinion and then go search out sources to prove yourself right. That's a bias. What you need to do is find information, then form your opinions based on prevailing tested information. So ridiculous. Shady Shroomy, thank you for the 25 bits. This is the hot chip and lie meme, but real.
They don't even request of these women to have these basic skills that a woman should have. These women, they feel like that it's somebody else's job, that they can put the duty off on somebody else, or they go force the role onto the man and they be the masculine one and rule the relationship with matriarchy. So that's the
matriarchy. I'd love to see your evidence for a matriarchy.
reason why women don't cook and clean no more. Why they don't know how to. Even if they wanted to, they don't know how to because they don't feel that.
I'd love to see a statistic that said, like, number of men who regularly clean their... I'm talking single people. Men who regularly cook and clean for themselves versus women. Anecdotally, the women I know are better at taking care of themselves than the men. Like, I don't want to throw shade at Jake, for instance. But here we go. Jake is filthy. He lives like a 14-year-old. Sarah cleans that fucking house. And hey, if that's what works for them, that's fine. But, like, more adult men that I know are fine living in fucking squalor and their own filth than women. So what are you talking about?
Obligation to do it anymore. Why learn how to cook and clean when you can just get a beta male provider who doesn't give a fuck? You get a beta male provider who don't know how to put his foot down and say, hey, have meal ready when I get home. Have something warm cooked. Have a home cooked meal for me when I get home, for being your fucking beta male provider in this whole entire relationship. They don't have to. That's why.
Yeah, you don't have an obligation to serve your husband. Would it be nice sometimes for both of you to make dinner for each other? Yeah, absolutely. But it's not an obligation. You're both adults. Learn how to be an adult.
Would you still work at your job if you can just get the money for free? Think about that. Would you still work a job if they just giving you the money for free? Would you still clock in every freaking day when they're just paying you to stay home?
Just because you're in a relationship with a woman doesn't make it her job to clean your shit and cook for you. She is not your fucking mother. You are not 12 years old. You're not 5. Take care of yourself. You're an adult. Why do you want this, like, weird mommy sex slave that you come home and she cooks for you and cleans for you and then you fuck her and that's her whole role in your life? That's fucked up. Get your shit together.
No, you wouldn't. Isn't it? So it's not a surprise to me that these women don't know how to cook or clean or even keep up their own hygiene most of the time.
Again, no sources for any of this. It's just a man being hysterical and screaming about his feelings on the internet. That's the red pill for you. What else we got? We've been going for 2 hours, 40 minutes. Terrence, what do you got, Terrence? Strong, successful male, Sargon. I used to have everyone under the same tab, conspiracies and chuds and everyone. Yesterday I finally took the time and now I have a chuds favorites folder, conspiracy folder, assholes that aren't chuds, sovereign citizens. It's all easier for me to get to at this point, so I'm glad I finally did that. But if she doesn't have a job, she needs to contribute to the relationship in other ways. If that's what you guys have agreed to, yeah. But, like, his situation didn't specify that she didn't have a job. It was just that every woman should take care of their man regardless of the situation. $20 says that's his sister in the end. Wouldn't surprise me. That or somebody paid to be there. I hypocrite. I hypocrite. Oh God, Jordan Peterson. Gross. Incel TV. What about the 33 Secrets? The MGTOW stuff sounds kind of shitty today, too. Tim Pool. Ugh.
Kind of conversation.
This all sounds awful to me, too. I don't know. What's Hans up to? Does he have anything chuddy lately that would count under Chud Watch?
Hans Wormhat.
Fuck it, we're watching this anyway. I want to watch Hans Wormhat. Oh wait, DM Trey has a link for me. Sorry, I've been very quiet the last 5 minutes or so.
Some woke
God. I don't want to do Tim Pool. I'm depressed enough today. We're doing Hans.
This is a video on Jeremiah, one of the prophets of the Old Testament. And before I get into the video, which is just different slides I picked, and I'll just say whatever comes to mind about him, I'll just start with the TLDR, too long didn't read, version of Jeremiah. And so Jeremiah was a prophet who, his message wasn't a happy one. He was being told by God to warn people, and he kept warning people about how their city was going to be destroyed, and nobody wanted to listen to him, and he was put in prison more than once because he was prophesying that these cities would be destroyed, and these cities were full of a bunch of false prophets that were telling people, oh, everything's going to be okay, everything's fine. And then Jeremiah came and told people that their city is going to be destroyed, and they didn't like that. And so that's basically the whole book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah keeps telling these people, your city is going to get destroyed, you need to do this, and there were a few different circumstances.
I have not done the alcoholic guy today.
People just ignored it, and then they were destroyed, mostly by sword and by famine. A big way that people used to siege cities back in the day in biblical times is they would build up a big encampment around the city and just starve them out. They would surround the city for years until the city eventually ran out of bread. And then, anyways, that's the gist of Jeremiah. He was a prophet telling people that classic story. It's just lo and behold, the story unfolds in all of. So for the rest, one thing that I think is important is that it's
oh
a
my
verse
God,
that
Hans,
talks about
why
conspiracy.
are you making such boring videos lately?
Jeremiah chapter 30.
March 2020.
Eunuchs love the color orange. This is the origin, I think, of Hans's obsession with the idea that orange is the secret color of the Cabal and not, you know, just a color that we recognize.
Hans Wormhat. So this is a video on eunuchs and how eunuchs love the color orange. So somebody left a comment on one of my previous...
I've told you, Hans. No, trans people like the color purple.
videos that really emphasize, I don't know, it just made it click, the Nick part.
Oh, if anyone doesn't know, Hans Wormhat is a crazy conspiracy theorist who thinks that everyone other than him is secretly trans, and he calls them eunuchs. And all sorts of derogatory stuff.
Of eunuch. And it was like the final piece of the puzzle for me for understanding Nickelodeon. So obviously Nickelodeon and Disney are two big child, indoctrination into this tranny culture, creature culture.
Wait, what about Cartoon Network? Their logo's black and white. What about that, Hans?
And that's probably what the Nick in Nickelodeon stands for.
No, you idiot. Nickelodeon is named after Nickelodeon machines. Nickelodeon machines were things back in the day. They costed a nickel. Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon machines costed a nickel, and you'd put your face up to it after you put your nickel in, and it would show you a little show, right? It would be like little film reels, right? You could see little things. This is one that's like naughty scenes, roaring 20s beauty. 5 cents. It was a nickel. They were called Nickelodeons, and Nickelodeon was named after these machines.
Nick for you, Nick. And so I'll just do a quick breakdown of Nick L. Odeon. So Nick for you, Nick. L.
What about PBS? What about PBS? I don't even know what you mean.
L. It's one of their words for God. They like using
PBS stands for Public Broadcasting something. Public Broadcasting Station.
And Odeon, I think, is the word odious.
No! Hans! Nickelodeon! It's like a Nickelodeon machine. Look things up, you idiot!
Means like repulsive and disgusting. So Nickelodeon, really, it means like a repulsive and disgusting tranny, eunuch. At least that's my guess. And so, of course, Nickelodeon is very orange. There's a video about eunuchs and orange. So, I guess.
Fuck it, we're gonna start report. You know what? I'm kind of tired of Hans using the T slur all the time. He's had a lot of his channels destroyed for this kind of thing, but we're gonna start reporting him at this point because I'm real tired of it. So whenever he says the T slur, we're gonna report him.
Means like repulsive and disgusting. So Nickelodeon, really, it means like a repulsive and disgusting tranny. Nickelodeon, really, it means like a repulsive and disgusting. Like repulsive and disgusting. So Nickel.
Report. Here's my new project that's gonna make me feel better. We're gonna destroy Hans Wormhat's channel for his abusive content and abuse of the YouTube violations. So, there you go. There's a link to the video. At 50 seconds, he uses the T slur and calls trans people disgusting. So go and report that video, and let's see if we can get Hans's... I don't even know what channel this is for Hans. Like the 10th channel he's had? I don't know, but we're gonna get it banned. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'm over Hans's bullshit, okay? The entertainment value has reached its... I'm so over him. Starman26, thank you for continuing your gift sub. I appreciate that.
Nickelodeon, really, it means like a repulsive and disgusting tranny, eunuch. At least that's my guess. And so, of course, Nickelodeon is very orange. There's a video about eunuchs and orange. I mean, it's the biggest color for Nickelodeon, orange. Huge color. And then also think about Kenan and Kel. Do you remember Kenan and Kel? Remember what Kel was obsessed with? Kel would always say that Kel loves orange soda. So it wasn't grape soda or Coke or root beer. No. Kel loves orange soda.
He does. He does love orange soda. That was a running gag on the show. But it's like a random thing. It could have been anything, Hans.
Of course. And so just more Nick thing. I'll just go through the Nicks. Things I have written down for Nick. Stevie Nicks. Talking about eunuchs. There's a basketball team, the Knicks. So the eunuchs. And I guess Nick...
No, where did the Knicks get their name? Let's see. For one thing, it's spelled differently than eunuch, obviously. Apparently, the name is Knickerbockers, after Father Knickerbocker, the symbol of New York City. It was soon shortened to the Knicks. There you go. That's the answer, Hans. It takes 5 seconds to Google things.
Is short for knickerbocker, which I guess is it's a type of pants. So these trannies, they always come up with...
Oh, there's another one.
So the eunuchs, and I guess Nick is short for knickerbocker, which I guess is it's a type of pants. So these
Report again. Once again, please report this video.
trannies, they always come up with the ludicrous words for things and ridiculous fake names, Humperdinck and these things, Knickerbocker. It has the tranny flair to it. You start to understand the way they operate. But I guess Knickerbocker is a nickname. So nickname might come from eunuch. I don't know.
No! Nickname coming from Middle English an-eek name to eek, Middle English eek, English aneek name, late Middle English from an-eek name, eek meaning addition, misinterpreted by wrong division as a neek name. So there you go. Jesus, Hans.
Knickerbocker is a nickname.
Timestamp. The first T-slur usage was at 50 seconds, and the second was around 150. Django Fett, thanks for the 100 bits.
Name for New Yorkers, I guess. And we know that New York is full of trannies, tranny hive, and New Yorkers, I guess. And we know that
215, there's another one if you want to report that. Oh, it's an L, okay.
New York is full of trannies, tranny hive, and these pants, they look like MC Hammer pants, so they hide the hips. Fashion, it's all for the trannies. So yeah, the
Jesus
nicks,
Christ.
And to nick oneself. What does that mean? If you nick yourself, it means you cut yourself. It's a eunuch reference. If you nick yourself, you cut yourself. I also thought of knickknacks. The trannies have weird knickknacks underneath their pants. You never know. I still thought of knickknacks.
God, it's like every 5 seconds I have to report it again.
The trannies have weird knickknacks underneath their pants. You never know. Never know what you're going to see. All right, so, I mean, that's it for nicks that I really thought of. There's probably more out there. Of course, there's the name Nick and Nicholas, but Nicholas, Nicholas and Nicole. Maybe that's where that comes from. So for the rest of the video, I just want to talk about the color orange, because I have a lot of memories that involve orange that I haven't really talked about. But first, I'll just do a broad overview, because I have a video about orange, but I don't talk in it. So let me just make some obvious orange references. You'll always see street signs are in orange. There's orange cones all over.
What street signs are in orange? Street signs where I live are not in orange. They're usually blue or something. Sometimes they'll be yellow. I don't see a lot of orange street signs, and cones are orange because it makes them highly visible.
Over the place. School buses are orange. Fire hydrants, a lot of times they paint them orange. A lot of stuff is just painted orange.
How do I feel about trans people saying the T slur? I don't do it, and I don't think it's a good idea, but I mean, at the end of the day, if someone feels empowered by taking back that word, I'm not going to tell them what to do. I don't do it because, for one thing, it just upsets me, and I also don't want people to hear me saying it and then thinking it's okay for them to say it, but that's just my opinion.
Orange. And they, a lot of times they have excuses for that, like, oh, well, it's not a color you see in nature a lot and it's bright. Okay, well, there's all sorts of colors that you don't see in nature a lot that are bright. Why does it have to be orange all the time?
Because it's noticeable. People, like, see things that are red or orange very quickly.
So they give stupid excuses for why they'll always use orange. So you know what the Department of Transportation is called in California? Caltrans. It's right in your face. Oh, really quick, I'll talk about just the word orange, because I don't think I've ever heard people say this. O-R in French means gold, and ange, so orange, A-N-G-E in French means angel. So it's like a golden idol or a golden angel. Maybe that's another reason they like that. Other orange stuff. NASA, they're always wearing orange. Of course,
No, not necessarily. I think the old launch suits were orange, but the more recent ones are white. So no, you're wrong. Some spacesuits have been orange, but the majority have been white.
What do they drink up in outer space? Tang is orange. Why is there always Orange Julius at the malls?
Because people like orange juice or whatever else Orange Julius sells. I've never been to an Orange Julius. Let me see what Orange Julius has. Orange Julius. Oh, did Dairy Queen buy Orange Julius? Why can't I find their website? Dang it. Dairy Queen. Menu. Orange Julius menu. You got some hot dogs, some nachos, some pretzels. They also sell, like, orange juice and shit. And it looks like they have, like, smoothies and stuff. All mall food. That's why they're in malls.
Sports has so many sports teams are orange. Basketballs are orange. There's I think basketball, I don't know. There's a team out there called the Syracuse Orange. There's Orange County in Los Angeles, the city of angels. So near LA, you got Orange County. There's even the city of Orange. And I've always thought that sounds so weird. Who says city of Orange? But yeah, of course. And oh, this is kind of a new one. Have you guys been seeing? I've just been seeing advertisements for this all over. A new, like, fitness place called Orange Theory. That's how you know. How do you know that? Well, let's say you want to start a business and you're one of these tranny creatures. You name it something orange, or you make sure that your symbol is like a triangle with a capstone, and you make sure that you use orange.
God, I hate Hans so much. He's just the fucking worst. I need a cleanse of some sort.
When I first
So it's a guy in a suit that they're claiming is a real robot, I guess. Like, you can see where the guy goes. There's like, this is an eye hole. This is where his eyes are. Are you kidding me? No one believes this. Come on. King of Bahrain arrives in Dubai with his robot bodyguard fitted with 360-degree cameras and inbuilt pistols, technology moving very fast, faster than ever in history. Now politicians might order this too. It's fake. Come on, dude. Come on. Oh, God. Yeah, I can't believe he fell for that, Jesus. This pig is me. I am this pig and I are spirit animals for each other. I want someone to bring me a cookie in bed in the morning. I need to find someone who's like a tanky. Does anyone know any YouTube channels that are like tanky YouTube channels that we can criticize? Maupin? Is that a thing? This guy? Oh, is this the Burger King guy?
If you are one of the many people...
Let me add it. Burger King. Okay, let's see what this guy's videos are about. What are his most popular videos? Huawei targeted because it makes better phones. Oh God, and it's on the Russian propaganda news service. What an idiot.
And we now shift to look at cybersecurity amidst allegations in the European Union that member states are considering a united response to cyber attacks alleging directed by a Chinese state-linked hacker group following the UK presenting proof, they say proof, about sensitive...
They say proof. He has to say that because this is Russian propaganda.
Systems penetration. To help us out, we are pleased to be joined once again by the CEO of Stromark, Hillary Fordwich, and by RT Caleb Maupin, who is also a China expert. Welcome to you both. Hillary, let's start with you. UK officials, they presented this evidence a few days ago and say that there is actual proof that software and hardware attacks by this group called Advanced Persistent Threat 10, or AP.
Yeah, the Chinese government has been putting spyware into the products that come out of their country. That's like a known thing at this point. And Huawei products suck anyway, so I don't know why you'd want one.
PT-10. What do we know about this group, and exactly what did this so-called group do?
Well, it is rather troubling, actually, Bart. Thanks for having me back. A pleasure. A couple of things. First of all, what this APT has been doing, it's called a spear phishing, and it's very specific in terms of cyber attacks and espionage, corporate espionage and governmental espionage. And the analogy for our audience is rather like if you wanted to get all your buddies out of jail, you could go with chainsaws and you could try to break into the jail and you could try to figure out the key to each single jail cell. Or all you could do is kind of knock off the head jailer, the master jailer, take his set of keys and open all the cells. This is what they're doing. They're going to these managed service providers, that is the MSPs, and they're hacking into managed service providers. Well, what do MSPs do? MSPs hold all of the intellectual property and the data and the information for numerous industries such as construction, engineering, telecommunications, infrastructure. And so what this APT has been doing is hitting the MSPs, and they've been spear phishing by sending documents with a Word attachment, basically faking out and tricking their employees to open them. And then like a Trojan horse, they've gone in and basically stolen this intellectual property. It is corporate and governmental espionage.
Yeah, we see that a lot just in the consumer realm. I get them about every day. It's crazy. Caleb, you look at China every day, and we are so pleased that you've had some time to join us. Let's take for a minute, let's sort of accept that at least these allegations are similar allegations about, hacking or about IP theft by China. Let's just, for the sake of argument, let's assume at least some of them are true. I mean, doesn't China need to sort of up their game if they're going to be sort of a global player in the economy around the world? I mean, they can't continue, it would seem to me, to have these criticisms of them if, Shanghai...
Then stop putting spyware in the products, guys.
...is going to be the next London or New York. Am I off base? What do you think?
Well, they're doing that. On February 1st, we heard a very important announcement from the Ministry of Commerce. They announced that they're teaming up with the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, and they're having an IPR, intellectual property...
The National People's Congress? That's an interesting name for a country where you can't vote.
...rights crackdown, stiffer penalties, doing everything they can to make sure that there's a better environment for business. And IPR is at the center of the talks that have taken place, and both sides want this issue to be resolved. People acknowledge that there is a problem that needs to be resolved, but as far as the hacking thing is concerned, I just can't accept that we should just take these claims at face value. I mean, we have seen a lot of misinformation lately. For example, the New York Times was caught by journalist Nathan Rich, an American living in China, an American journalist, basically mistranslating. He exposed that it looks like they were...
Oh, we're doing whataboutism, and we're gonna try and paint the accusations against China of putting spyware in products, which we know that they have done. We're gonna try and downplay that. Of course we are. Brilliant.
Mistranslating people in a video the New York Times released about China's healthcare system. There seems to be quite a bit of just not clear facts and distortion of facts in American media when it comes to China. Certain forces certainly have an axe to grind, and when it comes to cybersecurity and cyber hacking, in a lot of cases, you look at the evidence, we just have to take their word for it. Well, I think that with the atmosphere the way it is, we shouldn't just be taking their word for it.
And Hillary, let me ask you sort of the same question. I mean,
Jesus Christ, this guy's an idiot. No, I shouldn't say that. He's not an idiot. He's a propagandist. They're different. Trying to find something. I wonder what the Burger King video was. Why do U.S. leaders hate Russia and China? Oh no.
Hey folks, now we all know that mistakes were made in China in the way religious
understatement of the fucking century right here.
People were treated, especially during the Cultural Revolution with the Gang of Four. A lot of the way that people who practiced their religion were treated was just wrong. And it wasn't just...
And continues to be. China still cracks down on people of certain religions. Like, what?
Muslims. It was, Roman Catholics, Buddhists, other religious groups in China faced, mistreatment by the Chinese Communist Party. And the Chinese Communist Party has been very, very open about the mistakes that were made during that time. And
excuse me? No. China is incredibly silent on these issues, especially to their own people. Please, try and search, and again, this isn't necessarily religious, but in terms of people standing up to, like, the government, try and go and Google Tiananmen Square in China and see what happens. I'd love to hear how open China is about the mistakes and horrible things they've done in the past.
They've tried to correct them. And, you know, that's not to say that there aren't mistakes that still go on, right? And that the issue of how religion is treated in China is constantly in flux. We've recently seen a rapprochement between the Vatican and Beijing, and, you know, some friendly relations established there. But regardless, there are a lot of forces that are talking about what's going on with the Uyghurs in China. And a lot of what they're saying can't be confirmed.
Oh god, are we gonna go to bat for China and their fucking concentration camps? Great.
Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get. A 4chaner uploaded a photo anonymously to the site showcasing his feet in a plastic bin of lettuce with the statement, "This is the lettuce you eat at Burger King." Admittedly, he had shoes on, but that's even worse. The post went live at 11:38 p.m.
If I had to guess, this was probably lettuce they were going to throw away at the end of the day. I could be wrong. It could be some jackass in food service legitimately doing this, but...
On July 16th, and a mere 20 minutes later, the Burger King in question was alerted to the rogue employee. At least, I hope he's rogue. How did it happen? Well, the BK employee hadn't removed the EXIF data from the uploaded photo, which suggested the culprit was somewhere in Mayfield Heights, Ohio. This was at 11:47. 3 minutes later, at 11:50, the Burger King branch address was posted with wishes of happy unemployment. 5 minutes later, the news station was contacted by another 4chaner. And 3 minutes later, at 11:58, a link was posted, BK's Tell Us About Us online form. The foot photo, otherwise known as Exhibit A, was attached. Cleveland Scene magazine contacted the BK in question the next day. When questioned, the breakfast shift manager said, "Oh, I know who that is. He's getting fired. Mystery solved by 4chan." Now,
that's funny.
Right? A lot of these reports that we're seeing say a lot of really, really intense things, but if you dig a little bit deeper...
Let's take a look, shall we? Article from Vox. Concentration camps and forced labor. China's repression of the Uyghurs explained. Juher Ilham has not heard from his father since 2017. Her dad, Ilham Tahodi, is an economics professor and prominent Uyghur intellectual in Xinjiang, China. He ran a website, Uyghur Online, that focused on issues pertaining to the Muslim ethnic minority group. Chinese authorities repeatedly shut down the website. Uyghur says the family, sorry if I'm mispronouncing anything, says her family received death threats. Chinese authorities also disappeared her father multiple times before detaining him in 2014 and quickly finding him guilty on separatism charges. He was sentenced to life in prison. At first, Uyghur told me because her father was a political prisoner, the family could visit him every few months, but then the Chinese government cut off access entirely. Uyghurs is how it's pronounced? Sorry. Uyghur is in the United States. She still has extended family in Xinjiang, the northeastern region in China where most Uyghurs live. She does not talk with them either. If they talk to me or if they receive a phone call from me, I don't think anything good will happen to them, she told me over the phone last week. Uyghur's father was targeted by the Chinese government for his advocacy of Uyghur rights, but in recent years, the Chinese Communist Party has arbitrarily detained between 1 million and 3 million, let's see what this source goes to, Testimony of Deputy Assistant Secretary Scott Busby, Senate Foreign Relations Committee Subcommittee on East Asia, the Pacific, International Cybersecurity Policy. Chairman Gardner, Ranking Member Markey, and the member of subcommittee, thank you for the invitation to appear before you today to testify on the human rights situation in China. This hearing is particularly timely, coming from the week before the 70th anniversary of the United Nations adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This declaration, with the General Assembly adopted by consensus, states that every individual has the right of freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief expression, peaceable assembly, and association. Defending these universal rights and fundamental freedoms has been and will continue to be an essential element of American foreign policy, including U.S. policy towards China, as the President's national security strategy states, quote, "The United States supports those who seek freedom, individual dignity, the rule of law," yada, yada, yada. Let me see if I can find. Today, the Chinese Communist Party is implementing a system where, to quote President Xi Jinping, the party exercises overall leadership all over areas of endeavor in every part of the country. Space for civil society and free thought continue to shrink. There is mass detention of Uyghurs, ethnic Kazakhs, and members of other Muslim minority groups in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Surveillance is intrusive and omnipresent, not only in Xinjiang, but also in many parts of China. The government blocked U.S. press, and the social media websites imprisons its own people for sharing their opinions online. Those who call on China to live up to its own laws and commitments to protect human rights have been punished, and China is doing the same to Chinese citizens abroad, including harassing political dissidents on foreign soil, detaining journalists, family members who remain in China, and coercing members of Chinese Muslim minority groups to return from overseas. Some of the worst human rights abuses are occurring unchecked in Xinjiang's Uyghur Autonomous Region since April 2017. Chinese authorities have detained at least 800,000 and possibly more than 2 million Uyghur and members of other Muslim minorities in the internment camps for indefinite periods of time. This is the U.S. government assessment backed by our intelligence community and open source reporting. Reports suggest that most of those detained are not being charged with crimes, and their families lack information about their whereabouts, their well-being, and for how long they will be held. The reasons given for detention appear to vary widely. In some cases, police have claimed they are detaining someone merely because they traveled abroad or because they have family abroad. There appears to be no ability to contest such detention. At first, China denied such camps existed, as numerous public reports emerged through the testimony of brave victims and intrepid researchers and journalists. The international community began to speak out about the mass internments. Chinese authorities have recently asserted that those internment camps are, quote, vocational education centers designed to help young employed people in Xinjiang learn job skills and the Chinese language, glossing over the fact that renowned Uyghur intellectuals and retired professionals are also detained there. Former detainees who have reached safety have spoken of relentless indoctrination and harsh conditions. They report mandatory classes where detainees are required to recite communist slogans and sing songs praising the Chinese Communist Party. Failure to quickly learn these lessons leads to beatings and food deprivation. There are reports of use of stress positions, cold cells, and sleep deprivation in the camps. We have also seen reports of other forms of torture or cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment, including sexual abuse. One common goal in reports from former detainees seems to be to forcing detainees to renounce Islam and embrace the Chinese Communist Party. For example, praying and using common Muslim greetings are forbidden in the camps. There are reports that authorities constantly surveil detainees to ensure that they do not pray, even in their own beds in the middle of the night. Detainees are reportedly forced to eat pork and drink alcohol. Some have reported being forcibly medicated with unknown substances. This is all so fucked up. Life in Xinjiang outside these internment camps is not much better. The Chinese government is engaged. You get it. Basically, they're having internment camps, or they're trying to, like, re-educate people against their will, which is incredibly fucked up. And hey, as much as I'm for, like, socialism and political systems that are in favor of the working class, I am not in favor of authoritarian measures or re-education camps of any sort. Completely fucked. Anyway, So let's go back to the guy who's claiming that all this shit isn't real.
The only source is some think tank or some institute or some policy source that's linked to Saudi Arabia.
Our intelligence communities also confirm this. And hey, I don't like the CIA, but at the end of the day, I do think that the information that they gather is usually pretty correct. It's where a huge amount of our budget goes, is military and military intelligence. Like, I get it. I'm not gonna say the US doesn't have interests in making China look bad, but that doesn't mean China doesn't make itself look bad. We know China has, like, no regard for their citizens at all. We've seen this. We know about Tiananmen Square. We know about tons of awful things the Chinese government has done. We know about Hong Kong. So let's not pretend that the idea that China has re-education camps where they're interning and torturing a certain ethnic group that doesn't necessarily jive with their communistic government, that's not unreasonable. That's not a claim that I'd go, well, you know, that's pretty outlandish. That's reasonable.
Seeing a lot of personal accounts from people. People are saying, well, I was here, I saw this, and they're all over Western media making their claim. And
okay, the same thing happened in, like, the Jewish Holocaust, right? You have people after the war talking about how awful it was. That doesn't mean that personal accounts are always wrong. You should always have more corroborating evidence, which we have for both, again, the Jewish Holocaust and what's happening to Uyghurs in China. But testimony is also a powerful explanatory evidence, right? Getting someone who's been there or has accounts from there to talk about it is powerful, and it's not immediately invalidated just because it's an individual talking about their lived experience and not literally a photograph of someone starving. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure there were photos a while back from these camps. Chinese internment camp photos. I'm not sure how TOS some of these are going to be. Hold on, I'm going to turn the camera off while I look at this because I don't think a lot of these are going to be, you know, TOS. I know I saw one of someone, like, starving, so I'm trying to find that. Picture of a political prisoner in one of China's internment camps taken secretly by a family member. I can't show you this on stream, but I will link to it in chat if you want to take a look at this. This is, like, really fucked up. Like, not safe for life material, if you'd like to take a look at it. Here's a link in the chat, but I can't show you, obviously, on stream for TOS reasons, probably. But yeah, fucked up shit.
if you look a little deeper, these are people that are just anti-China activists that have an axe to grind, and a lot of them are linked to...
Yeah, I think most people would have an axe to grind towards a government that's putting people in internment camps and starving them. Like, I'd feel the same about America, and I do about some of the immigration camps that we have now where people who are crossing the border are being separated from their kids, and they're all being, like, put in cages and shit. That's also fucked up. I can think that's fucked up, and look at what China is doing and going, oh shit, that's really, really fucked up.
To the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which really has no grounds to ever lecture anyone on human rights. So, a lot of...
Can we not do whataboutism? Just because Saudi Arabia is awful, if Saudi Arabia was like, hey, China's doing a bad. If China's doing a bad, then that would make Saudi Arabia right, even though they might be hypocrites for being right. That doesn't mean that them pointing out something bad someone else does automatically doesn't count just because they're hypocrites.
This needs to be taken with a grain of salt. And there's a lot of things that aren't being reported on. For example, In the Uyghur regions, there's been a huge amount of economic development. You know, the Chinese government has gone in there and started, you know, raising people up out of poverty.
Yeah, they're probably also trying to convert them from Islam to whatever. Not being religious, believing in the state, whatever. That could be part of their re-education efforts.
They've been building infrastructure. They've been increasing the level of employment, making sure there's good jobs there. And
again, I don't really trust anything that comes out of the Chinese government's mouth. So if China says, we've been doing these efforts in this area, why would I believe them? Why would I believe a country that literally doesn't even allow their citizens to Google things that they don't find, like, in their best interest? Of course they're going to have misinformation and they're going to say, like, oh, look at all these good things we're doing. Thank you to Muggle CS for following. Welcome to the stream.
Furthermore, what you're definitely not hearing in the media reports is how the Chinese government has been promoting Islam. Islam, right?
I don't think the Chinese government is too hot on basically any religion, much less Islam. I think Christians in China also have issues too, practicing in public or having public church services.
In the Uyghur regions, the Chinese government has been sponsoring the construction of seminaries and mosques. They've been, you know, giving platforms to...
I would imagine that's part of their efforts. If they are doing that, it's probably specific state-sponsored mosques that put forward a very China communist-friendly version of Islam, right? You take it from multiple fronts. You take people and you put them into re-education camps, which are basically just concentration camps, or you torture them into accepting your way of thinking, or they die. And secondly, you get people to go to these state-approved mosques or churches that are going to try and sort of blend what you believe about Islam into a state-sanctioned, pro-state version of that, right? Those things could happen in tandem.
To imams, they've been doing a lot to promote Islam in the Uyghur provinces, but promote Islam that is not, you know, anti-communist. Islam that doesn't call for the violent overthrow of the Chinese government, but Islam that is...
That's kind of an understatement of the fact that they're doing basically propaganda mosques, right? Like, again, I am a socialist. I think socialism is good. However, I also believe in the principle that people should have the right to believe whatever they want, and if they want to assemble together and practice a certain religion, even if I don't agree with that religion, they should have the right to do so without interference from myself or the government, right? That's a left-leaning principle that I think all of us should share. Like, I want policies that benefit labor and benefit the people over that of rich elites. However, you don't do that by forcing people into it. What you need to do is try and educate people in a reasonable, non-authoritarian way about how their class, how most people in this country have been fucked over by a few very powerful people. And then, through voting, you try and change policy. If you're at the point where you're having, like, revolutions and trying to change people's opinions with the barrel of a gun and threats of violence against them, you've already failed. You already have a failed state.
You know, sensible, moderate Islam that is not the kind of thing that is being promoted by these extremists. And there is a real fear of extremists. Read about these knife attacks that have happened in China, where people get on trains and...
How about the tank attacks? Or is that something the Chinese government did, so that's okay?
Pull out knives and just start killing people in big numbers. They have a real fear. It seems pretty clear to me that there are some forces in the world today that are very, very determined to stop what China is doing around the world. The fact...
Yeah, China's bad, right? I can both say American, like, interventionalism and sort of our neo-imperialist policies are bad, and also look at China and what they're doing, like in Africa, for instance, and their neo-imperialist policies, and say those are bad. That's being internally consistent, right? I'm not against American imperialism because it's American. I'm against it because it's imperialism. And if China does the big imperialism, also bad. Authoritarianism. I'm against authoritarianism here in the States and in China. Both are bad. I'm not playing like a sports game where I want one side to win because it's my side. It's about the right thing to do and what's best for people living in society. What is all this whataboutism and like, oh, but no. Bad is bad.
That China is doing the Belt and Road Initiative, building infrastructure in developing countries, raising...
Again, the United States did the same thing, but that benefits the people who are going to exploit that area, right? China might be lifting some people out of poverty in the same way that a lot of people in China were lifted out of poverty after the United States shipped a lot of jobs there, and that's a reality, right? They're going to do the same thing. Now China's going to start building infrastructure and factories in Africa, and then they're going to outsource things there for cheap labor purposes. Just because they're building roads and infrastructure there doesn't mean that they aren't benefiting from those things. And you can argue whether or not you think the cost, benefit of that is good or bad, but they're not doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing it because if they want to outsource labor there or want to have interest in that area and try and invest in it, then they need to make it more developed so that they can have an industrialized area that they can either outsource labor to, or B, exploit for resources. This is how neo-imperialism works. You don't go into a country and take it over like you did in the old days, like the UK and a lot of the world. You go there, you invest, you use capitalism, and yes, China uses capitalism to get your interests in line with the country. You try and invest in industry there, and then take the benefits of their labor, and you don't even have to invade, right? It's complicated, but it is a thing, and just because they aren't literally invading doesn't mean that it's not imperialism. Sala8123, thank you for following. Welcome to the stream.
People up out of poverty. This is a threat to the monopolies, the big bankers that control the world. They keep the world poor so that they can stay rich. China is challenging that global order.
No, they're not. In what way are they challenging the global order? All they've done is make the elites the party and the people who are in charge of it, right? Just because, it would be like, how do I put this? It'd be like the movie Freddy versus Jason. Yeah, they might fight each other, but you don't want either of them to win because then they're going to come after you, right? Just because China might be something that the banking industry in the West or wherever doesn't automatically make China good. Doesn't make bankers good either, but because two big forces are fighting over who gets to exploit the population doesn't make the newer one better, right? Either way, the population is still getting exploited.
They are raising people up out of poverty, and a central part of China's Belt and Road Initiative is the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor that is opening up. This is huge. China and Pakistan are cooperating like never before. All kinds of construction projects.
Oof, that was before the, wasn't there just some, issue? Oh, wait, no, that wasn't Pakistan. That was India and China. I apologize. India and China were having some border skirmishes in the past year.
Kinds of efforts to really just light up that whole region. It's big. And it's pretty clear that Saudi Arabia and Wall Street and London want to stop the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. And so they're doing everything they can to try and incite Muslims around the world to hate China. That's basically what they're doing. All kinds of efforts are being made to get Muslims around the world to hate China. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't mistakes that are being made, and we're not on the ground. We don't know what's happening. But a lot of the things we're seeing in American media...
Okay, but some people have been, and they've come and they've said, hey, there's, concentration camps. It's real bad. I'm gonna trust them on that. Why wouldn't I? They've been there. They went through it.
media, they're very, very sensational. Meanwhile, China is actually doing a lot to improve the lives of people in the historically Islamic regions, giving them opportunities.
I understand that America has interests in keeping China down because if there's another superpower globally, which I'd argue China already is anyway, that it's a threat to the American empire. I get that, but that doesn't mean that everything that's said about China is untrue. If there's anything you know about global superpowers, they have a tendency of treating their own populations pretty poorly, right? Look at how America and its legal system have treated people who weren't, like, landowning white dudes for most of its history, right? Just saying, most empires throughout history tend to be a bit authoritarian one way or another, you know? That's kind of how you get to be that big.
Giving them job training, building seminaries and mosques, providing economic opportunity, and that's the side of the story that definitely isn't being told. And a lot of the, the accounts we're hearing are very sensational and can't completely be verified. So I urge people to just calm down, right? I urge people to just calm down. Let's try to get to the facts.
Let's just calm down about these alleged concentration camps. No, no, that's not something you need to be calm about. That's something that you should really, really care about and do something about, whether it's for advocating for policies or sanctions or whatever. Not something you should be calm about.
Let's try to find out what's actually happening. And let's remember that the way to stop terrorism is with jobs and schools and housing. Right? People turn to terrorism just like they turn to drugs and the drug narcotics trade. They turn to that when they don't have other options. And what China is doing in the world today by building...
That's kind of an oversimplification. Like, look at the IRA. Like, people turn to terrorist actions for all sorts of reasons.
Infrastructure, building trains and airports and hospitals and schools. This is really important.
Imagine, like, imagine this argument in the 40s and being like, yeah, Hitler's, putting people in camps and ghettos, but hey, look at all the infrastructure projects the Nazis have done. Like, who the fuck cares? You can have infrastructure and not have concentration camps.
This is the way to get out of terrorism. The fact that China has a program in Afghanistan where they're enabling children to get operations and surgeries they wouldn't be able to get by just going over the Chinese border. The fact that China is trying to give port access to Afghanistan so that Afghanistan can have manufacturing jobs, this landlocked country in Central Asia. This is all unprecedented. China is basically paving the way.
I don't think that's unprecedented. I think countries all the time make deals with other countries that are economically and politically advantageous for both parties. That's just how international politics works.
For a world where we don't have terrorism and drugs and the horrors that we're...
Okay, there's always going to be terrorism and drugs. That's just like the world.
seeing. The China plan with Iran about trade and transport for Afghanistan to bring opportunities to Afghanistan to stop the drug trade, that's huge, right? The cooperation between China and Russia in terms of economic development, that's huge as well. And that China's role in the world is very, very good. And it seems to me there are some...
No. Look, again, I'm not here about this whataboutism, but most empires in human history, if you look at them, haven't been all that great. China, really, really not great. Incredibly authoritarian. Incredibly overbearing on their citizens. Ridiculous laws. Stupid stuff like social credit scores. And fuck, the way credit scores are even used in employment in the United States aren't good, much less, how they're used in China. Concentration camps, which we have evidence for. Re-education. Not good. Not good. Look at Hong Kong. Look at anyone who speaks up against the one-party Chinese system. Look, it's a nightmare, man. Like, I get it. I get that I agree that socialism is a good way to move forward as a global society. But sucking authoritarian dick just because they speak out against, like, capitalism on the surface, despite the fact that they basically run on a state capitalist system at this point, isn't a good look, and it's not helping us get to a place that's better for most of the people who live on this planet.
Forces that would really like to stop what China's doing. And part of doing that is inciting Muslims around the world.
This ain't a leftist. I mean, he is. He's a tanky. He's like a weird tanky leftist. I'm not gonna disavow this guy from the left just because he's shitty. Like, he's shitty, but he's on the left. He's just on, like, the authoritarian left.
World to have hatred and resentment.
Thank you to JTB 1200 for following.
For the People's Republic of China. So I urge people to just kind of cool down, look for the actual facts, and take everything that the mainstream American media, and especially any media tied with Saudi Arabia, take anything they say with a grain of salt.
Okay, but not you, who works for literal Russian propaganda network. You we shouldn't take with a grain of salt. Brilliant.
Because, hysteria, extreme emotions never really solves the problem. Are mistakes possibly being made? Perhaps, but we don't know all the facts, and I urge people to slow down.
Remember that segment from the Twilight Zone movie where the racist guy, like, gets sent back in history and is, like, treated like shit, I almost want that to happen, where it's like a Twilight Zone and this dude wakes up in a Uyghur, like, concentration camp and has to live there for a week. I would watch the Vosh debate, but that's a no-go on Twitch.
Burger King. Burger King. Burger King. Burger King. Burger King. Burger.
Is this literally just 6 minutes?
Burger King.
Does anyone know what the original Burger King video was? Oops, that was him. Do you have a video on Burger King that is from? Oh no, the problem with To Kill a Mockingbird. Oh god. Is this gonna be bad?
In the spirit of Twitter.
Oh wait, did someone have it? Hold on.
I saw Joe here last night, alive as you and me. Says I, but Joel, you're 10 years dead. I never died, says he.
People are covered with mud. You can't tell if they're wearing clothes or practice.
Come to my attention.
No, I want this.
Hey, folks. So, it's recently come to my attention that a certain internet pseudo-leftist personality,
pseudo-leftist
Thought Slime, has decided to target.
Check out Thought Slime if you haven't seen Thought Slime.
Jyoti Brar, a prominent communist leader, and myself. The reason he's decided to go after us is because he disapproves of something that Jyoti Brar said in an interview I did with her 9 months ago.
Material analysis is good for a lot of things. It can help you build a bridge or manage an economy. It can't tell you whether a poem is good. I'm not saying you're a bad person or a bad leftist, necessarily.
Sure.
Before you see Nazbol ghoul Caleb Maupin talking to Jyoti Brar of the Communist Party of Great Britain. And what she's saying sucks.
Now, this is not the first time that someone has tried to paint me as a bigot who advocates further oppression of the transgender community. However, I've always given a pretty clear answer when directly asked about the issue. Take a listen to what happened when Vosh tried to gotcha me.
Nope. Can't see the part that Vosh is in. We're on Twitch. Can't do that.
Putting out white people against racism, I am going to criticize another work of art. And this is a work of art that I love, by the way. Beautiful novel that was made into a movie. Beautiful stuff. And I enjoyed it. I loved it. I read the book. I saw the movie. We then read it a couple years later in school.
Why can't we look at Vosh? Because he's been banned from Twitch, and if I show any Vosh stuff, then I'm going to get banned too.
Mockingbird. Aesthetically, a great work.
I'm not going to risk it. I'm not even going to risk trying to skip past it.
Just a great work of art. About the Old South, about Jim Crow and the injustice of it, but I am going to criticize it. That doesn't mean that I'm destroying your childhood, love for that book. It's a very beloved book. It's a young adult book, right? It's told from a child's perspective. It's a beautiful book, but politically it's problematic. Why? Folks, it takes place in the 1930s, right? Before the Second World War, during the Great Depression. The hero is a wealthy lawyer named Atticus Finch, and it's told from the perspective of his daughter, Scout. And he's a lawyer, and he defends an African-American man who is charged with rape falsely. And he's charged with raping a white woman. And despite the fact that the evidence overwhelmingly shows that this black man is not guilty of rape, he's convicted of it. And it's a tragedy, and it's a growing up story. The girl is growing up in a world realizing that injustice exists. The Atticus Finch father character is portrayed as being, just a man with a heart of gold. The whites in the book are portrayed as a bunch of racist rednecks. And
okay, not all the whites. I mean, a lot of them are in the town, but like Atticus Finch is a white dude, right? The people who are accusing, oh god, it's been so long since I read To Kill a Mockingbird. What was the poor guy's name who got falsely convicted? Oh, I'm forgetting his name. Anyway, they accuse him, and it turned out it was because, spoilers for To Kill a Mockingbird, turned out it's because this lady was coming on to the guy, and he rebuked her, and she, got mad and accused him of trying to assault her.
That is the...
No, Boo Radley is the, neighbor who helps save the kids at the end.
Essence of the problem. During the 1930s, the slogan of the Communist Party USA, which was the vanguard of the anti-racist organization, before anyone had ever heard of Martin Luther King, right? I mean, the Communist Party USA, that was the party that W.E.B. Du Bois was in, was friendly with. That was the party of Paul Robeson. That was the party of the Harlem Renaissance. That was the party that ran African Americans as vice presidential candidates. They were the revolutionary. You can read, there's a book, Hammer and Hoe, History of the Communist Party of Alabama. Everyone knew that the Communist Party was the vanguard anti-racist organization. And what was the slogan?
I don't know about that one. I don't know if communism was ever prevalent enough in the United States after the Cold War started to be considered the vanguard of anything. I believe that American communist associations in the United States have largely probably been anti-racist, which makes sense, considering it's a labor movement and wanting people to be seen as equals. I understand that. But calling them the vanguard, I think, is overestimating the amount of support they've ever had in the United States.
Of the Communist Party during the 1930s, on regards to race, they said, "Black and white unite and fight." And the Communist Party made more progress in fighting racism. And the way they did it...
Wait, what? No. Look, hey, Martin Luther King, I agree, had socialist viewpoints, and he, wanted to advocate for them, but that doesn't mean that, the Communist Party is responsible for civil rights. It's not the case.
They said, and they told white workers, that racism hurts you by stigmatizing and oppressing African Americans, by forcing African Americans to go to separate schools that are lower quality, by not allowing African Americans to drink out of the same drinking fountains, by the lynch terror regime where any black man could be killed extra legally for any reason, right? Where they would just have these mobs of people who would just kill black men. That hurt white workers. That was the message the Communist Party had. They said, obviously, racism is the worst for the people of color, but for white workers, it's no good for them. And the way out is solidarity. It's black and white, unite and fight. And the Communist Party actually built labor unions that were interracial. That was illegal at the time, mind you. In South Carolina, in Alabama, in Tennessee, in places like that, the Communist Party built interracial unions of textile workers. You should read about the Gastonia textile strike of 1928. You should read about the 1934 sharecroppers strikes that happened. And the Communist Party, their message to the low-income white workers was that by joining in racism, you are helping the bosses. That was their message. And the Communist Party did amazing things in the South during the 1930s. In 1934, they declared a state of emergency in South Carolina. And the National Guard was sent in because so many workers, white and black, were joining arm in arm together, demanding better conditions, demanding an end to Jim Crow segregation. But the way To Kill a Mockingbird portrays the race question is that it's the rich white people that are the friends of black people, and it's the white working class that are the racists and the rednecks.
What? Okay. Oh, God. Okay, let's take Go Set a Watchman completely out of this, which is the sequel to Kill a Mockingbird that came out more recently, because that obviously was never meant to be published, but then Harper Lee in her old age was basically convinced to publish it, and she was senile, and that's fucked up. Atticus Finch is depicted as an individual who cares about justice. He's a lawyer. At least, again, this is from the perspective of his daughter. Again, I'm forgetting her name. It's been a long time since I've read the book. In her eyes, because it's her telling, her father is a good man who cares about the carriage of justice and stopping its miscarriage. And so he defends this man who's been falsely accused. Right? Scout. Thank you. Scout. And the people who accuse the guy, they're poor, but that's not, like, the entirety of their character, right? And again, implying this inherent connection between poor racists in the South with communism makes no sense. Because most poor people in the South were not communist, but most probably were racist. Like, no. To Kill a Mockingbird is not a book about class. It's about race. And are those things inherently intertwined? Yeah, I agree. But that's not the perspective that the movie or the book are taking. It's about Atticus Finch, who is a good lawyer trying to do his job, trying to seek justice for this man regardless of the color of his skin. That's right. And a different group of people trying to hurt this person for that reason, right? Taylor Fish, thank you for following. The sequel book, Go Set a Watchman, in fact, sort of expounds on this. I haven't read it, but I've heard it's not very good. But it basically complicates matters by adult Scout coming back and seeing her father and finding out that he's not this bastion of perfect anti-racism that she thought he was. He has complicated views on these things. He's actually kind of racist. And that's interesting, though, again, I haven't read the book, so I don't know how well it comes out on the pages. But it's not a book about class. It never sets out to do that. Of course, you can take any reading of a text that you want. If you want to look at it from, like, a Marxist worldview and sort of pick out things, you can do that. But it seems that that's not the point that the book or the movie were trying to make. They were trying to make points about racism, not classism. And again, I agree these things are linked, but they're not one-to-one. And a piece of media that addresses one doesn't mean it inherently addresses the other.
And that the educated white people, like Atticus Finch, who are wealthy, need to control those out-of-control rednecks. That's basically the message. And it's extremely problematic, and it's not what happened during the 1930s at all. Read Hammer and Hoe. Read the history of the Communist Party. Read the memoirs of Angelo Herndon, one of the militant leaders of the Communist Party, an African-American man in Alabama. They tried to give him the death penalty just for handing out leaflets, right? They had a law in Alabama that it was illegal to incite black people to revolution. He was an African-American man. He was handing out leaflets saying, you know, the workers had to have a revolution, and they almost gave him the death penalty. Angelo Herndon. He was freed by the Supreme Court, thank goodness. But I mean, the Communist Party in the South did amazing things. Amazing things. And they did it not by saying that the white workers are all in the Klan and we need these educated white rich people to come and, fight for the black people and protect them from them, those white trash rednecks. That wasn't the message at all. It was the rich white people that were the enemy. And the message was black and white unite and fight. And it was about solidarity. And that's how millions of white workers were won to quit, to rip up their Ku Klux Klan cards. You can read about this. Right, that they would, that William Z. Foster or Gus Hall would come to a town, these were strong white workers, and they would give a speech, and white workers would just be in tears, and they would realize that racism was something that ripped them out, and they'd take their Ku Klux Klan membership card and they would rip it up, that.
Hey, I'd love to believe that happened, but it sounds a little propaganda-y to me. That doesn't sound like a real thing that happened.
That was what fought racism in the 1930s. Right? It was black and white unite and fight.
I don't think anyone who's, racist, hears one speech and goes, you know what, racism is wrong. The world doesn't work like the movies, right? People are pretty entrenched in their beliefs, especially if it's a hateful belief towards a certain group of people for more or less arbitrary reasons. People don't hear one moving speech and go, you're right, I'm quitting the KKK.
And the white workers weren't the enemy. The white workers weren't the enemy, and it wasn't the ruling class as a white savior protecting the black people from those racist whites. That was not what happened at all. That was not what happened at all. And the message of that book, The Message of To Kill a Mockingbird, To Kill a Mockingbird was published in 1961, I believe.
The message of To Kill a Mockingbird is don't be prejudiced. That's basically it, right? It's about not being prejudiced and checking your preconceptions about people, because that theme is mirrored through, the Boo Radley story as well, although that's not a racist thing, it's more just, again, about preconceptions you have about people based on what you've heard about them. So that's why those two sides of the story, the black man being accused of a crime he didn't commit, and the Boo Radley thing, they sort of intersect at the end, and it's because the themes are mirrored.
And the message of To Kill a Mockingbird is not what really happened in the 1930s in the South. The message of To Kill a Mockingbird is about what happened in the 1950s. It's about the civil rights movement. That's what it's about. It's about the civil rights movement, which was largely some of the richest people in the United States realizing that Jim Crow segregation hurt the United States economically and was a really, really big problem in the face of the Soviet Union. In 1954, when Emmett Till was lynched, a young black man was killed for whistling at a white woman, allegedly. When that happened, the Soviet Union took the photo of his body and sent it all over the world and said, oh, the USA says they believe in democracy and freedom. Well, take a look at this picture, right? And there were the Kennedy family and a lot of the northern wing of the Democratic Party, which was really, on some level, it was almost just a turf war because the Dixiecrats had been their rivals in the party for a long time. The Dixiecrats, the solid South of the Democrats, they hated those folks. They couldn't stand them. The Kennedy family, these are Irish Catholics from the North. These are racist Southern white guys and Klansmen in the South in the Democratic Party. The Kennedy family couldn't stand them. So the fight against Jim Crow developed in the context of the Soviet Union using the race issue to humiliate and discredit the United States, number one. In the context of the Kennedy family and the northern wing of the Democratic Party being really, really tired and wanting to break the southern wing of the Democratic Party and strip them of their power because they were corrupt and they had too much power and they made the Democratic Party do awful things. For example, Harry Truman wanted to create national health insurance. Did you know that? Harry Truman wanted to create national health insurance. In the 50s, coming out of World War II, late 40s, Harry Truman was saying, let's get national health insurance. Let's give everyone national health insurance. And then they sat down with their own party, not the Republicans, but their own party. And the Southern guys were like, what? You mean we have to have the same... You're going to build two hospitals, right? We're going to have a black hospital and a white hospital. That's how we do things in Alabama. And Truman and the northern wing of the Democratic Party said there's no way we're going to build two hospitals if we're having to pay for it out of the federal budget. And it was the Dixiecrats, the racist Jim Crow Democrats, that destroyed national health care. Racism is bad for all of us. It's most especially bad for people of color, but it's bad for all of us. The reason we don't have national health care right now is because of racism, right? The Jim
That's probably part of it, but I think it's more complicated than that.
Crow Democratic Party, you know, when Truman and the Democratic Party were getting ready to pass national health care, national health insurance in the late 40s, the Jim Crow Democrats sat there and they said, the only way we're going to support this is if you build segregated hospital, and they weren't going to do that, right? And they were not going to have it, right? And that Jim Crow hurt the Democratic Party, and the Kennedy family knew that. They knew it. It was a big problem. And so the civil rights movement took place in the context of a section of the ruling class, a section of the most wealthy people in the United States, you know, kicking the ass of the southern wing of the ruling class that wanted to keep segregation. And, you know, that's what you see in To Kill a Mockingbird. Atticus Finch is a wealthy, educated man, and the people in his little southern town are a bunch of racist rednecks, and he's educated. And the way the black people are portrayed in the novel isn't particularly good either. You don't ever see them fighting for their own rights, you know? I mean, during that time, it was...
It's a book from the perspective, and you can talk about this all day. I mean, there are certainly problematic issues in a lot of media that deal with racism in that the point of view character is often like a white person explaining to the audience the plight of black people. I agree. You can see this in movies and books like The Help, too, where there's that point of view character that's like a well-to-do career white woman extolling to the audience like the plight of black people without giving, you know, of course, the black people their own voice to do the same. So yes, I agree that is a problematic element, but that doesn't necessarily mean the entire book is trash, right? I think some people have a misconception of what problematic means. Something being problematic doesn't mean this is canceled, we're done with this thing. It just means like, hey, let's look at some of the issues that this might have and try and understand them while we enjoy this piece of media or while we analyze it. Like Hamilton, for instance. Hamilton's a great musical. I love Hamilton. But it has problematic elements, right? Like the fact that slavery is touched upon, but not really addressed. It's like in Hamilton, it's like they felt they had to address slavery because it was a thing, but it's like Lin-Manuel Miranda doesn't really want to get into it, right? Like, Thomas Jefferson is a main character in that play, and the fact that he owned slaves is barely mentioned. There's, like, one line during the rap battle, in the cabinet rap battle, where he's like, where he's like, you say you plant seeds in the South, we know who's really doing the planting, and everyone's like, oh, and it's like a comedy beat almost, and it's like, well, yeah, he owned slaves, and like, had sex with a 14-year-old slave, and by have sex with, I mean raped. Like, these are real issues that you should address, and like, they constantly are being like, oh, you know, Alexander Hamilton wanted to fight to end slavery. Well, that's pretty revisionist, right? Alexander Hamilton, well, in his younger days, wrote some stuff against slavery. When he got older, and when he gained status, not only did he, like, marry into a family, the Schuyler family, that were like land-owning plantation owners who had slaves, and he helped them buy slaves. He also had slaves for his own family. But, despite the fact that Hamilton is problematic, not only racially, but of course, later it's like the song where Hamilton cheats on his wife. He's like, oh, I was tired, I was weak, I was whatever, trying to make excuses for Hamilton cheating on his wife. And it's like, so you can have problematic elements in a piece and still enjoy it for what it is, right? Something being problematic doesn't mean it's canceled. It just means, hey, we can do better in the future, and let's take that into account while we're analyzing and enjoying this piece of media.
It's very common for the black people to take up arms against the Ku Klux Klan and form militias and defend themselves. But you didn't see that. That's not in the book. But it's this kind of white savior. The wealthy white savior goes to get those rabble rednecks in line, and it doesn't work, and it's so sad. And the book, you know, I mean, the book really plays into a white savior mentality, right? Atticus Finch is the wealthy, educated, good white...
Yeah, and that's a problem with a lot of media about racism in the past and the present. That is an issue. Look at, what was it? A few years ago, it won like an Oscar or Golden Globe, or it was nominated. It was a movie about, like, a road trip across the country with, like, a famous black pianist or something, and, like, his white driver. It was really fucking stupid.
White person, right? And all the
Green Book, that's what it is, thank you.
the other whites, well, the white workers, are a bunch of uneducated white trash rabble, and then the black people are just victims, right? It's a problematic narrative. I mean, that wasn't the narrative of Martin Luther King. That wasn't the narrative, certainly, of Kwame Ture and Medgar Evers and a lot of the forces down there. But that was the narrative of white people who supported the civil rights movement. And To Kill a Mockingbird basically reflects the narrative of white people who supported the civil rights movement. And that's a problematic narrative. And it doesn't reflect what happened in the 1930s, which is the most untold story. The most untold story of our time. What the Communist Party USA did in the 1930s is utterly amazing. I mean, you know, you need to read this history. The Communist Party, they are the ones that were beating the drum of anti-racism long before anybody else was, right?
Okay, and that's great, and that's awesome, but that has nothing to do with the content of To Kill a Mockingbird, right? And you can call it problematic for not doing so, but saying that inherently because Atticus Finch is an educated man and the bad guys of the piece are uneducated working class, like, racists, I don't think that inherently means that the piece is saying that all uneducated people are racist, right? And just because people are working class does not automatically make them communist, right? And again, in the sequel, which was written... Go Set a Watchman was actually part of a manuscript that was written first, and then To Kill a Mockingbird was written as a prequel and published first. So even at the time... oh, now I'm blanking on her name. The author of To Kill a Mockingbird... had this stuff in mind, that Atticus, while he was advocating for this poor individual that was falsely accused, he himself was still subject to many of these same prejudices that people in the South at the time believed about people of color. Harper Lee, thank you.
1940, I have video, I show it on my YouTube channel. James W. Ford was the vice presidential nominee of the Communist Party. He was their vice presidential nominee in 1932. He was their vice presidential nominee in 1936. He was their vice presidential nominee in 1940. James W. Ford, an African-American man.
At the National Convention of the American Communist Party, held in New York City in June of 1940, James Ford, the Communist Party candidate for the vice presidency of the United States, said,
"For the Negro of the South, my people, the Negro people of America, have in the Communist Party their best defender, the unfailing champion of their cause. I accept this nomination for Vice President of the United States."
You gonna cut the clip, or just let it play with no audio? That's kind of weird.
In the spirit of Twitter, putting out white people against racism. The Communist... Let's also remember that up until 1956, the Communist Party didn't just say that African Americans were discriminated against. The Communist Party actually maintained that African Americans were a nation. They were an oppressed nation within U.S. borders, right? And they argued that there was a black nation within the United States, a colonized people, right? And that, I mean, you need to read this stuff, right? It wasn't until 1956 the Communist Party officially dropped that position, that black people were a nation. And so there's just...
Okay, that doesn't... Do you think that's something that makes the Communist Party look good? Because I don't think it does. That speaks to sort of a separate but equal mentality, it seems to me, but hey, whatever.
So much that is missing today. So much that is missing.
Oh, wow. That was a very sudden cutoff. Weird. Anyway, that's going to be it from me for today. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the stream. We'll raid Jake here in a second. Go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Link is in the chat. I put all my streams on there and all the stream highlights, so go check it out if you haven't already. Let's raid actual Jake. So, thanks everyone. Again, you're all valid. Thank you for coming to the stream. Thank you for complimenting my hair today. That made me feel good. That's nice. I hope you all have a wonderful time at Jake's stream. Tell him I said hi. See you guys later.